This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Laing Purves. Note by the reader: the preface you are about to hear has been modified. The original preface was written for an edition that included Spenser's The Faerie Queene, lesser-known poems by both Chaucer and Spenser, and copious notes by the editor, D. Laing Purves. In this LibriVox recording of the Canterbury Tales, a decision was taken to focus only on the text itself. To view the notes, which are very helpful, please go to the LibriVox catalogue page of the Canterbury Tales, where you will find a link to the Gutenberg e-text used for this reading. Preface. The object of this volume is to place before the general reader our early poetic masterpiece, the Canterbury Tales, to do so in a way that will render its popular perusal easy in a time of little leisure and unbounded temptations to intellectual languor. The Canterbury Tales, so far as they are in verse, have been printed without any abridgment or designed change in the sense. But the two tales in prose, Chaucer's tale of Melibœus and the parson's long sermon on penitence, have been contracted so as to exclude 30 pages of unattractive prose. The gaps thus made in the prose tales, however, are supplied by careful outlines of the omitted matter, so that the reader need be at no loss to comprehend the whole scope and sequence of the original. As regards the manner in which the text is presented, the editor is aware that some whose judgment is weighty will differ from him. This volume has been prepared for popular perusal, and its very raison d'être would have failed if the ancient orthography had been retained. It has often been affirmed by editors of Chaucer in the old forms of the language that a little trouble at first would render the antiquated spelling and obsolete inflections a continual source, not of difficulty, but of actual delight, for the reader coming to the study of Chaucer without any preliminary acquaintance with the English of his day, or of his copyists' days. Despite this complacent assurance, the obvious fact is that Chaucer in the old forms has not become popular in the true sense of the word. He is not understanded of the vulgar. In this volume, therefore, the text of Chaucer has been presented in 19th century garb. But there has been not the slightest attempt to modernize Chaucer in the wider meaning of the phrase, to replace his words by words which he did not use, or, following the example of some operators, to translate him into English of the modern spirit as well as the modern forms. So far from that, in every case where the old spelling or form seemed essential to metre, to rhyme, or to meaning, no change has been attempted. But wherever its preservation was not essential, the spelling of the monkish transcribers, for the most ardent purist must now despair of getting the spelling of Chaucer himself, has been discarded for that of the reader's own day. It is a poor compliment to the father of English poetry to say that by such treatment the bouquet and individuality of his works must be lost. If his masterpiece is valuable for one thing more than any other, it is the vivid distinctness with which English men and women of the 14th century are there painted for the study of all the centuries to follow. But we wantonly balk the artist's own purpose, and discredit his labour, when we keep before his picture the screen of dust and cobwebs which, for the English people in these days, the crude forms of the infant language have practically become. Shakespeare has not suffered by similar changes, Spenser has not suffered. It would be surprising if Chaucer should suffer, when the loss of popular comprehension and favour in his case are necessarily all the greater for his remoteness from our day. In his other poems we behold Chaucer as he was, a courtier, a gallant, pure-hearted gentleman, a scholar, a philosopher, a poet of gay and vivid fancy, playing around themes of chivalric convention, of deep human interest, or broad-sighted satire. In the Canterbury Tales we see not Chaucer, but Chaucer's times and neighbours. The artist has lost himself in his work. To show him honestly and without disguise, as he lived his own life and sung his own songs at the brilliant court of Edward III, is to do his memory a moral justice far more material than any wrong that can never come out of spelling. From books the editor has derived valuable help, as from Mr. Cowden Clarke's revised modern text of the Canterbury Tales, published in Mr. Mimo's library edition of the English Poets, from Mr. Wright's scholarly edition of the same work, from the indispensable Tyrwhitt, from Mr. Bell's edition of Chaucer's poem, and from many others. The editor leaves his task with the hope that his attempt to remove artificial obstacles to the popularity of one of England's earliest poets will not altogether miscarry. D. Laing Purves. End of Preface. Recorded by Gesine in Valletta, June 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on February the 8th, 2006. The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems of Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. The Life of Geoffrey Chaucer. Not in point of genius only, but even in point of time, Chaucer may claim the proud designation of first English poet. He wrote The Court of Love in 1345, and The Romaunt of the Rose, if not also Trollius and Cressida, probably within the next decade. The dates usually assigned to the poems of Laurence Minot extend from 1335 to 1355, while The Vision of Piers Plowman mentions events that occurred in 1360 and 1362. Before which date Chaucer had certainly written The Assembly of Fowls and his Dream. But though they were his contemporaries, neither Minot nor Langland, if Langland was the author of The Vision, at all approached Chaucer in the finish of the force or the universal interest of their works and the poems of earlier writers, as Lamon and the author of Ormulum are less English than Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-Norman. Those poems reflected the perplexed struggle for supremacy between the two grand elements of our language, which marked the 12th and 13th centuries. A struggle intimately associated with the political relations between the conquering Normans and the subjugated Anglo-Saxons. Chaucer found two branches of the language, that spoken by the people, Teutonic in its genius and its forms, and that spoken by the learned and the noble, based on the French. Yet each branch had begun to borrow of the other, just as nobles and people had been taught to recognize that each needed the other in the wars and the social tasks of the time. And Chaucer, a scholar, a courtier, a man conversant with all orders of society, but accustomed to speak, think, and write in the words of the highest, by his comprehensive genius cast into the simmering mould a magical amalgamate, which, made of two half-hostile elements, unite and interpenetrate each other. Before Chaucer wrote, there were two tongues in England, keeping alive the feuds and resentments of cruel centuries. When he laid down his pen, there was practically but one speech. There was, and ever since has been, but one people. Geoffrey Chaucer, according to the most trustworthy traditions, for authentic testimonies on the subject are wanting, was born in 1328, and London is generally believed to have been his birthplace. It is true that Leland, the biographer of England's first great poet, who lived nearest to his time, not merely speaks of Chaucer as having been born many years later than the date now assigned, but mentions Berkshire or Oxfordshire as the scene of his birth. So great uncertainty have some felt on the latter score, that elaborate parallels have been drawn between Chaucer and Homer, for whose birthplace several cities contended, and whose descent was traced to the demigods. Leland may seem to have had fair opportunities of getting at the truth about Chaucer's birth, for Henry VIII had him, at the suppression of the monasteries throughout England, to search for records of public interest, the archives of the religious houses. But it may be questioned whether he was likely to find many authentic particulars regarding the personal history of the poet in the quarters which he explored, and Leland's testimony seems to be set aside by Chaucer's own evidence as to his birthplace, and by the contemporary references which make him out an aged man for years preceding the accepted date of his death. In one of his prose works, The Testament of Love, the poet speaks of himself in terms that strongly confirm the claim of London to the honour of giving him birth, for he there mentions the city of London, that is to me so dear and sweet, in which I was forth growed, and more kindly love, says he, have I to that place than to any other in earth, as every kindly creature hath full appetite to that place of his kindly engenderer, and will rest and peace in that place to abide. This tolerably direct evidence is supported, so far as can be at such an interval of time, by the learned Camden. In his Annals of Queen Elizabeth he describes Spenser, who was certainly born in London, as being a fellow citizen of Chaucer's, Edmundus Spenserus, patria Londinicis, musius adeo aridindibus natus, ut omnes Anglicos superiosus, evi poetas, ne Chaucero quidem concipe excepto superanet. The records of the time notice more than one person of the name of Chaucer who held honourable positions about the court, and though we cannot distinctly trace the poet's relationship with any of these namesakes or antecessors, we find excellent ground of belief that his family or friends stood well at court, in the ease with which Chaucer made his way there, and in his subsequent career. Like his great successor, Spenser, it was the fortune of Chaucer to live under a splendid, chivalrous, and high-spirited reign. 1328 was the second year of Edward III, and, what with Scotch wars, French expeditions, and the strenuous and costly struggle to hold England in a worthy place among the states of Europe, there was sufficient bustle, bold achievement, and high ambition in the period to inspire a poet who was prepared to catch the spirit of the day. It was an age of elaborate courtesy, of high-paced gallantry, of courageous venture, of noble disdain for mean tranquillity, and Chaucer, on the whole a man of peaceful avocations, was penetrated to the depth of his consciousness with the lofty and lovely civil side of that brilliant and restless military period. No record of his youthful years, however, remains to us. If we believe that on the age of 18 he was a student at Cambridge, it is only on the strength of a reference in his Court of Love, where the narrator is made to say that his name is Philogenet, of Cambridge clerk, while he had already told us that when he stirred to seek the court of Cupid he was at 18 years of age. According to Leland, however, he was educated at Oxford, proceeding thence to France and the Netherlands to finish his studies, but there remains no certain evidence of his having belonged to either university. At the same time, it is not doubted that his family was of good condition, and whether or not we accept the assertion that his father held the rank of knighthood, rejecting the hypothesis that made him a merchant or a vintner at the corner of Curtain Lane, it is plain from Chaucer's whole career that he had introductions to public life and recommendations to courtly favour wholly independent of his genius. We have the clearest testimony that his mental training was of wide range and thorough excellence, although rare for a mere courtier in those days. His poems attest his intimate acquaintance with the divinity, the philosophy, and the scholarship of his time, and show him to have had the sciences, as then developed and taught, at his fingers' ends. Another proof of Chaucer's good birth and fortune would be found in the statement that, after his university career was completed, he entered the Inner Temple, the expenses of which could be borne only by men of noble and opulent families. But although there is a story that he was once fined 2 shillings for thrashing a Franciscan friar in Fleet Street, we have no direct authority for believing that the poet devoted himself to the uncongenial study of the law. No special display of knowledge on that subject appears in his works, yet in the sketch of the Manciple, in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales, may be found indications of his familiarity with the internal economy of the Inns of Court, while numerous legal phrases and references hint that his comprehensive information was not at fault on legal matters. Leland says that he quitted the university a ready logician, a smooth rhetorician, a pleasant poet, a grave philosopher, an ingenious mathematician, and a holy divine; and by all accounts, when Geoffrey Chaucer comes before us authentically for the first time, at the age of 31, he was possessed of knowledge and accomplishments far beyond the common standard of his day. Chaucer at this period possessed also other qualities fitted to recommend him to favour in a court like that of Edward III. Urey describes him, on the authority of a portrait, as being then of fair beautiful complexion, his lips red and full, his size of a just medium, and his port and air graceful and majestic. So continues the ardent biographer, so every ornament that could claim the approbation of the great and fair, his abilities to record the valour of the one and celebrate the beauty of the other, and his wit and gentle behaviour to converse with both, conspired to make him a complete courtier. If we believe that his Court of Love had received such publicity as the literary media of the time allowed in the somewhat narrow and select literary world, not to speak of Trollius and Cressida, which, as Lydgate mentions, is first among Chaucer's works, some have supposed to be a youthful production. We find a third and not less powerful recommendation to the favour of the great co-operating with his learning and his gallant bearing. Elsewhere, reasons have been shown for doubt whether Trollius and Cressida should not be assigned to a later period of Chaucer's life, but very little is positively known about the dates and sequence of his various works. In the year 1386, being called as witness with regard to a contest on a point of heraldry between Lord Scrope and Sir Robert Grosvenor, Chaucer deposed that he entered on his military career in 1359. In that year Edward III invaded France for the third time, in pursuit of his claim to the French crown, and we may fancy that, in describing the embarkation of the knights in Chaucer's Dream, the poet gained some of the vividness and stir of his picture from his recollections of the embarkation of the splendid and well-appointed royal host at Sandwich, on board the 1100 transports provided for the enterprise. In this expedition the laurels of Poitiers were flung on the ground. After vainly attempting Rennes and Paris, Edward was constrained by cruel weather and lack of provisions to retreat towards his ships. The fury of the elements made the retreat more disastrous than an overthrow in pitched battle. Horses and men perished by the thousands, or fell into the hands of the pursuing French. Chaucer, who had been made a prisoner at the siege of Retter, was among the captives in the possession of France when the Treaty of Brittany, the Great Peace, was concluded, in May 1360. Returning to England, as we may suppose, at the peace, the poet ere long fell into another and a pleasanter captivity, for his marriage is generally believed to have taken place shortly after his release from foreign durance. He had already gained the personal friendship and favour of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the King's son. The Duke, while Earl of Richmond, had courted and won to wife, after a certain delay, Blanche, daughter and co-heiress of Henry, Duke of Lancaster, and Chaucer is by some believed to have written the Assembly of Fowls to celebrate the wooing, as he wrote Chaucer's Dream to celebrate the wedding of his patron. The marriage took place in 1359, the year of Chaucer's expedition to France, and, as in the Assembly of Fowls, the formel or female eagle, who is supposed to represent the Lady Blanche, begs that her choice of a mate may be deferred for a year. 1358 and 1359 have been assigned as the respective dates of the two poems already mentioned. In the Dream, Chaucer prominently introduces his own lady-love, to whom, after the happy union of his patron with the Lady Blanche, he is wedded amid great rejoicing, and various expressions in the same poem show that not only was the poet high in favour with the illustrious pair, but that his future wife had also peculiar claims on their regard. She was the younger daughter of Sir Pain Roet, a native of Hainault, who had, like many of his countrymen, been attracted to England by the example and patronage of Queen Philippa. The favourite attendant on the Lady Blanche was her elder sister, Catherine, subsequently married to Sir Hugh Swynford, a gentleman of Lincolnshire, and destined, after the death of Blanche, to be in succession governess of her children, mistress of John of Gaunt, and lawfully wedded Duchess of Lancaster. It is quite sufficient proof that Chaucer's position at court was of no mean consequence, to find that his wife, the sister of the future Duchess of Lancaster, was one of the royal maids of honour, and even, as Sir Harris Nicolas conjectures, a goddaughter of the Queen, for her name was also Philippa. Between 1359, when the poet himself testifies that he was made prisoner while bearing arms in France, and September 1366, when Queen Philippa granted her former maid of honour, by the name of Philippa Chaucer, a yearly pension of 10 marks, or £6 13 shillings 4 pence, we have no authentic mention of Chaucer, express or indirect. It is plain from this grant that the poet's marriage with Sir Pain Roet's daughter was not celebrated later than 1366. The probability is that it closely followed the return from the wars. In 1367, Edward III settled upon Chaucer a life pension of 20 marks for the good service which our beloved valet, Dilectius Valetus Noster, Geoffrey Chaucer, has rendered, and will render in time to come. Camden explains Valetus Hospitii to signify a gentleman of the privy chamber. Selden says that the designation was bestowed upon young heirs designed to be knighted, or young gentlemen of great descent and quality. Whatever the strict meaning of the word, it is plain that the poet's position was honourable and near to the king's person, and also that his worldly circumstances were easy, if not affluent, for it need not be said that 20 marks in those days represented 12 or 20 times the sum in these. It is believed that he found powerful patronage, not merely from the Duke of Lancaster and his wife, but from Margaret, Countess of Pembroke, the king's daughter. To her Chaucer is supposed to have addressed the goodly ballad in which the lady is celebrated under the image of the daisy. Her he is by some understood to have represented under the title of Queen Alcestis in the Court of Love, and the prologue to The Legend of Good Women, and in her praise we may read his charming descriptions and eulogies of the Daisy, French Marguerite, the name of his royal patroness. To this period of Chaucer's career we may probably attribute the elegant and courtly, if somewhat conventional, poems of The Flower and the Leaf, The Cuckoo and the Nightingale, etc. The Lady Margaret, says Urry, would frequently compliment him on his poems, but this is not to be meant of his Canterbury Tales, they being written in the latter part of his life, when the courtier and the fine gentleman gave way to solid sense and plain descriptions. In his love pieces he was obliged to have the strictest regard to modesty and decency, the ladies at that time insisting so much on the nicest punctilios of honour, that it was highly criminal to deprecate their sex, or do anything that might offend virtue. Chaucer, in their estimation, had sinned against the dignity and honour of womankind by his translation of the French Roman de la Rose and by his Trollius and Cressida, assuming it to have been among his less mature works, and to atone for those offences the Lady Margaret, though other and older accounts say it was the first queen of Richard II, Anne of Bohemia, prescribed to him the task of writing the Legend of Good Women. About this period, too, we may place the composition of Chaucer's ABC, or the Prayer of Our Lady, made at the request of the Duchess Blanche, a lady of great devoutness in her private life. She died in 1369, and Chaucer, as he had allegorized her wooing, celebrated her marriage, and aided her devotions, now lamented her death in a poem entitled The Book of the Duchess, or The Death of Blanche. In 1370 Chaucer was employed on the king's service abroad, and in November 1372, by the title of Suctifer Noster, our esquire or shield-bearer, he was associated with Jacobus Pronan and Johannes de Mari Civis Janususis in a royal commission, bestowing full powers to treat with the Duke of Genoa, his council and state. The object of the embassy was to negotiate upon the choice of an English port at which the Genoese might form a commercial establishment, and Chaucer, having quitted England in December, visited Genoa and Florence, and returned to England before the end of November 1373, for on that day he drew his pension from the Exchequer in person. The most interesting point connected with this Italian mission is the question whether Chaucer visited Petrarch at Padua. That he did is unhesitatingly affirmed by the old biographers, but the authentic notices of Chaucer during the years 1372 and 1373, as shown by the researches of Sir Harris Nicolas, are confined to the facts already stated, and we are left to answer the question by the probabilities of the case, and by the aid of what faint light the poet himself affords. We can scarcely fancy that Chaucer, visiting Italy for the first time in a capacity which opened for him easy access to the great and famous, did not embrace the chance of meeting a poet whose works he evidently knew in their native tongue and highly esteemed. With Mr. Wright we are strongly disinclined to believe that Chaucer did not profit by the opportunity of improving his acquaintance with the poetry, if not the poets, of the country he thus visited, whose influence was now being felt on the literature of most countries of Western Europe. That Chaucer was familiar with the Italian language appears not merely from his repeated selection as envoy to Italian states, but by many passages in his poetry, from Assembly of Fowls to the Canterbury Tales. In the opening of the first poem there is a striking parallel to Dante's inscription on the gate of hell. The first song of Trollius, in Trollius and Cressida, is a nearly literal translation of Petrarch's 88th sonnet. In the prologue to the Legend of Good Women there is a reference to Dante which can hardly have reached the poet at second hand, and in Chaucer's great work, as in The Wife of Bath's Tale and The Monk's Tale, direct reference by name is made to Dante, the wise poet of Florence, the great poet of Italy, as the source whence the author has quoted. When we consider the poet's high place in literature and at court, which could not fail to make him free of the hospitalities of the brilliant little Lombard states, his familiarity with the tongue and the works of Italy's greatest bards, dead and living, the reverential regard which he paid to the memory of great poets, of which we have examples in The House of Fame and at the close of Trollius and Cressida, along with his own testimony in the prologue to The Clerk's Tale, we cannot fail to construe that testimony as a declaration that the tale was actually told to Chaucer by the lips of Petrarch in 1373, the very year in which Petrarch translated it into Latin from Boccaccio's Decameron. Mr. Bell notes the objection to this interpretation, that the words are put into the mouth not of the poet but of the clerk, and meets it by the counter-objection that the clerk, being a purely imaginary personage, could not have learned the story at Padua from Petrarch, and therefore that Chaucer must have departed from the dramatic assumption maintained in the rest of the dialogue. Instances could be adduced from Chaucer's writings to show that such a sudden departure from the dramatic assumption would not be unexampled. Witness the aside in the Wife of Bath's prologue, where, after the jolly dame has asserted that half so boldly where can no man swear and lie as woman can, the poet hastens to interpose in his own person these two lines: I say not this by wives that be wise, but if it be when they them misadvise. And again in the prologue of The Legend of Good Women, from a description of the daisy: She is the clearness and the very light that in this dark world me guides and leads. The poet, in the very next line, slides into an address to his lady: The heart within my sorrowful heart you dreads and loves so sore, that ye be verily the mistress of my wit, and nothing I. When, therefore, the Clerk of Oxford is made to say that he will tell a tale, the which that I learned at Padua of a worthy clerk, as proved by his words and his work, he is now dead and nailed in his chest. I pray to God give his soul good rest. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, hight this clerk, whose rhetoric so sweet illumined all Italy of poetry. But forth to tellen of this worthy man that taught me this tale, as I began. We may without violent effort believe that Chaucer speaks in his own person, though dramatically the words are on the clerk's lips. And the belief is not impaired by the sorrowful way in which the clerk lingers on Petrarch's death, which would be less intelligible if the fictitious narrator had only read the story in the Latin translation than if we suppose the news of Petrarch's death at Arcueil in July of 1374 to have closely followed Chaucer to England, and to have cruelly and irresistibly mingled itself with our poet's personal recollections of his great Italian contemporary. Nor must we regard as without significance the manner in which the clerk is made to distinguish between the body of Petrarch's tale and the fashion in which it was set forth in writing, with a poem that seemed a thing impertinent, save that the poet had chosen in that way to convey his matter, told or taught so much more directly and simply by word of mouth. It is impossible to pronounce positively on the subject. The question whether Chaucer saw Petrarch in 1373 must therefore remain a moot point, so long as we have only our present information, but fancy loves to dwell on the thought of the two poets conversing under the vines at Arcueil, and we find in the history and the writings of Chaucer nothing to contradict, a good deal to countenance, the belief that such a meeting occurred. Though we have no express record, we have indirect testimony that Chaucer's Genoese mission was discharged satisfactorily, for on the 23rd of April 1374 Edward III grants at Windsor to the poet, by the title of Our Beloved Squire, Dilecto Armigero Nostro, unum saecer, vini, 1 pitcher of wine, daily, to be perceived in the port of London, a grant which, on the analogy of more modern usage, might be held equivalent to Chaucer's appointment as poet laureate. When we find that soon afterwards the grant was commuted for a money payment of 20 marks per annum, we need not conclude that Chaucer's circumstances were poor, for it may be easily supposed that the daily perception of such an article of income was attended with considerable prosaic inconvenience. A permanent provision for Chaucer was made on the 8th of June 1374, when he was appointed Controller of the Customs in the port of London, for the lucrative imports of wools, skins, or wool fells and tanned hides, on condition that he should fulfil the duties of that office in person, and not by deputy, and should write out the accounts with his own hand. We have what seems evidence of Chaucer's compliance with these terms in the House of Fame, where, in the mouth of the eagle, the poet describes himself, when he has finished his labour and made his reckonings, as not seeking rest and news in social intercourse, but going home to his own house, and there, all so dumb as any stone, sitting at another book, until his look is dazed. And again, in the record that in 1376 he received a grant of £731, 4 shillings 6pence, the amount of a fine levied on one John Kent, whom Chaucer's vigilance had frustrated in the attempt to ship a quantity of wool for Dordrecht without paying the duty. The seemingly derogatory condition that the controller should write out the accounts or rolls (rotulos) of the office with his own hand appears to have been designed or treated as merely formal. No records in Chaucer's handwriting are known to exist, which could hardly be the case if, for the 12 years of his controllership, 1374 through 1386, he had duly complied with the condition, and during that period he was more than once employed abroad, so that the condition was evidently regarded as a formality even by those who had imposed it. Also, in 1374, the Duke of Lancaster, whose ambitious views may well have made him anxious to retain the adhesion of a man so capable and accomplished as Chaucer, changed into a joint life annuity remaining to the survivor, and charged on the revenues of the Savoy a pension of £10, which 2 years before he settled on the poet's wife, whose sister was then the governess of the Duke's 2 daughters, Philippa and Elizabeth, and the Duke's own mistress. Another proof of Chaucer's personal reputation and high court favour at the time is his selection in 1375 as ward to the son of Sir Edmund Staplegate of Bilsington in Kent, a charge on the surrender of which the guardian received no less a sum than £104. We find Chaucer in 1376 again employed in a foreign mission. In 1377, the last year of Edward III, he was sent to Flanders with Sir Thomas Percy, afterwards Earl of Worcester, for the purpose of obtaining a prolongation of the truce, and in January 1378 he was associated with Sir Guichard d'Angle and his commissioners to pursue certain negotiations for a marriage between Princess Mary of France and the young King Richard II, which had been set on foot before the death of Edward III. The negotiation, however, proved fruitless, and in May of 1378 Chaucer was selected to accompany Sir John Berkeley on a mission to the court of Bernardo Visconti, Duke of Milan, with the view, it is supposed, of concerting military plans against the outbreak of war with France. The new king, meantime, had shown that he was not insensible to Chaucer's merit, or to the influence of his tutor and the poet's patron, the Duke of Lancaster, for Richard II confirmed to Chaucer his pension of 20 marks, along with an equal annual sum, for which the daily pitcher of wine, granted in 1374, had been commuted. Before his departure for Lombardy, Chaucer, still holding his post in the customs, selected 2 representatives or trustees to protect his estate against legal proceedings in his absence, or to sue in his name defaulters and offenders against the imports which he was charged to enforce. One of these trustees was called Richard Forester, the other was John Gower, the poet, the most famous English contemporary of Chaucer, with whom he had for many years been on terms of admiring friendship, although from the strictures based on certain productions of Gower's in the prologue of the Man of Law's Tale, it has been supposed that in the later years of Chaucer's life the friendship suffered some diminution. To the moral Gower and the philosophical Strode Chaucer directed or dedicated his Trollius and Cressida, while in the Confessio Amantis Gower introduces a handsome compliment to his greater contemporary as the disciple of the poet of Venus, with whose glad songs and ditties made her praise during the flowers of his youth. The land was filled everywhere. Gower, however, a monk and a conservative, held to the party of the Duke of Gloucester, the rival of the Wickliffiate and innovating Duke of Lancaster, who was Chaucer's patron, and whose cause was not a little aided by Chaucer's strictures on the clergy. And thus it is not impossible that political differences may have weakened the old bonds of personal friendship and poetic esteem. Returning from Lombardy early in 1379, Chaucer seems to have been again sent abroad, for the records exhibit no trace of him between May and December of that year. Whether by proxy or in person, however, he received his pensions regularly until 1382, when his income was increased by his appointment to the post of Controller of Petty Customs in the port of London. In November of 1384 he obtained a month's leave of absence on account of his private affairs, and a deputy was appointed to fill his place, and in February of the next year he was permitted to appoint a permanent deputy, thus at length gaining relief from that close attention to business which probably curtailed the poetic fruits of the poet's most powerful years. Chaucer is next found occupying a post which has not often been held by men gifted with his particular genius, that of a county member. The contest between the Dukes of Gloucester and Lancaster and their adherents for the control of the government was coming to a crisis, and when the recluse and studious Chaucer was induced to offer himself to the electors of Kent as one of the knights of their share, where presumably he held property, we may suppose that it was with the view of supporting his patron's cause in the impending conflict. The Parliament in which the poet sat assembled at Westminster on the 1st of October, and was dissolved on the 1st of November, 1386. Lancaster was fighting and intriguing abroad, absorbed in the affairs of his Castilian succession. Gloucester and his friends at home had everything their own way. The Earl of Suffolk was dismissed from the Woolsack and impeached by the Commons, and although Richard at first stood out courageously for the friends of his uncle Lancaster, he was constrained by the refusal of supplies to consent to the proceedings of Gloucester. A commission was wrung from him under protest, appointing Gloucester, Arundel, and 12 other peers and prelates, a permanent council to inquire into the condition of all the public departments, the courts of law, and the royal household, with absolute powers of redress and dismissal. We need not ascribe to Chaucer's parliamentary exertions in his patron's behalf, nor to any malpractices of his official conduct, the fact that he was among the earliest victims of the commission. In December 1386 he was dismissed from both his offices in the port of London, but he retained his pensions, and drew them regularly, twice a year, at the Exchequer, until 1388. In 1387 Chaucer's political reverses were aggravated by a severe domestic calamity. His wife died, and with her died the pension which had been settled on her by Queen Philippa in 1366, and confirmed to her at Richard's accession in 1377. The change made in Chaucer's pecuniary position by the loss of his offices and his wife's pension must have been very great. It would appear that during his prosperous times he had lived in a style quite equal to his income, and had no ample resources against a season of reverse, for on the 1st of May 1388, less than a year and a half after being dismissed from customs, he was constrained to assign his pensions by surrender in chancery to one John Scalby. In May 1389, Richard II, now of age, abruptly resumed the reins of government, which, for more than 2 years, had been ably but cruelly managed by Gloucester. The friends of Lancaster were once more supreme in the royal councils, and Chaucer speedily profited by the change. On the 12th of July he was appointed Clerk of the King's Works at the Palace of Westminster, the Tower, the royal manors of Kennington, Eltham, Clarendon, Sheen, Byfleet, Children Langley, and Feckenham, the castle at Berkhamsted, the royal lodge at Hathenberg in the New Forest, the lodges in the parks of Clarendon, Children Langley, and Feckenham, and the Mews for the King's Falcons at Charing Cross. He received a salary of 2 shillings per day, and was allowed to perform the duties by deputy. For some reason unknown, Chaucer held this lucrative office little more than 2 years, quitting it before the 16th of September, 1391, at which date it had passed into the hands of one John Gedney. The next 2 years and a half are blank, so far as authentic records are concerned. Chaucer is supposed to have passed them in retirement, probably devoting them principally to the composition of the Canterbury Tales. In February 1394 the king conferred upon him a grant of £20 a year for life, but he seems to have had no other source of income, and to have become embarrassed by debt, for frequent memoranda of small advances on his pension show that his circumstances were, in comparison, greatly reduced. Things appear to have grown worse and worse for the poet, for in May 1398 he was compelled to obtain from the king letters of protection against arrest, extending over a term of 2 years. Not for the first time, it is true, for similar documents had been issued at the beginning of Richard's reign, but at that time Chaucer's missions abroad, and his responsible duties in the port of London, may have furnished reasons for securing him against annoyance or frivolous prosecution, which were wholly wanting at a later date. In 1398 fortune began again to smile on him. He received a royal grant of a tun of wine annually, the value being about £4. Next year, Richard II, having been deposed by the son of John of Gaunt, Henry of Bolingbroke, Duke of Lancaster, the new king, 4 days after his accession, bestowed on Chaucer a grant of 40 marks, £26, 13 shillings 4pence per annum, in addition to the pension of £20 conferred by Richard II in 1394. But the poet, now 71 years of age, and probably broken down by the reverses of the past few years, was not destined long to enjoy his renewed prosperity. On Christmas Eve of 1399 he entered on the possession of a house in the garden of the chapel of the Blessed Mary of Westminster, near to the present site of Henry VII's chapel, having obtained a lease from Robert Hermodesworth, the monk of the adjacent convent, for 53 years at an annual rent of 4 marks, £2, 13 shillings 4pence. Until the 1st of March, 1400, Chaucer drew his pensions in person. Then they were received for him by another hand, and on the 25th of October in the same year he died at the age of 72. The only lights thrown by his poems on the closing days are furnished in a little ballad called Good Counsel of Chaucer, which, though they were said to have been written when upon his deathbed lying in his great anguish, breathes the very spirit of courage, resignation, and philosophic calm, and by the retractation at the end of the Canterbury Tales, which, if it was not foisted in by monkish transcribers, may be supposed the effect of Chaucer's regrets and self-reproaches on that solemn review of his life-work, which the close approach of death compelled. The poet was buried in Westminster Abbey, and not many years after his death a slab was placed on a pillar near his grave, bearing the lines taken from the epitaph or eulogy made by Stephanus Sigorius of Milan at the request of Caxton: Galfridus Chaucer vates et fama poesis materne hoc sucra sum tumultuus humo. Around 1555, Mr. Nicholas Brigham, a gentleman of Oxford, who greatly admired the genius of Chaucer, erected the present tomb, as near to the spot where the poet lay before the chapel of St. Becket as was then possible by reason of the cancelli, which the Duke of Buckingham subsequently obtained leave to remove, that room might be made for the tomb of Dryden. On the structure of Mr. Brigham, besides a full-length representation of Chaucer, taken from a portrait drawn by his scholar, Thomas O'Cleve, was, or is, though now almost illegible, the following inscription: M.S. Qui fuit Anglorum vates ter maximis olim, Galfridus Chaucer, conditur hoc tumulo, annum si queres domini, si tempora vitae, ecce notae substunt, que tibi tunca notant. 25 Octobris 1400. Ere nirmanum requis mors, en brigam host fecit, musarum nomni sumptus. 1556. Concerning his personal appearance and habits, Chaucer has not been reticent in his poetry. Uri sums up the traits of his aspect and character fairly thus: he was of a middle stature, the latter part of his life inclinable to be fat and corpulent, as appears by the host's bantering him in his journey to Canterbury, and comparing shapes with him. His face was fleshy, his features just and regular, his complexion fair and somewhat pale, his hair of a dusky yellow, short and thin, the hair of his beard in two forked tufts of a wheat colour, his forehead broad and smooth, his eyes inclining usually to the ground, which is intimated by his host's words, his whole face full of liveliness, a calm, easy sweetness, and a studious, venerable aspect. As to his temper, he was a mixture of the gay, the modest, and the grave. The sprightliness of his humour was more distinguished by his writings than by his appearance, which gave occasion to Margaret, Countess of Pembroke, often to rally him upon his silent modesty in company, telling him that his absence was more agreeable to her than his conversation, since the first was productive of agreeable pieces of wit in his writings. But the latter was filled with a modest deference, and too distant respect. We see nothing merry or jocose in his behaviour with his pilgrims, but a silent attention to their mirth, rather than any mixture of his own. While disengaged from public affairs, his time was entirely spent in study and reading. So agreeable to him was this exercise, that he says he preferred it to all other sports and diversions. He lived within himself, neither desirous to hear, nor busy to concern himself with the affairs of his neighbours. His course of living was temperate and regular. He went to rest with the sun, and rose before it, and by that means enjoyed all the pleasures of the better part of the day, his morning walk and fresh contemplations. This gave him the advantage of describing the morning in so lively a manner as he does everywhere in his works. The springing sun glows warm in his lines, and the fragrant air blows cool in his descriptions. We smell the sweets of the bloomy haws, and hear the music of the feathered choir, wherever we take a forest walk with him. The hour of the day is not easier to be discovered from the reflection of the sun in Titian's paintings than in Chaucer's morning landscapes. His reading was deep and extensive, his judgment sound and discerning. In one word, he was a great scholar, a pleasant wit, a candid critic, a sociable companion, a steadfast friend, a grave philosopher, a temperate economist, and a pious Christian. Chaucer's most important poems are Trollius and Cressida, the Romaunt of the Rose, and the Canterbury Tales. Of the first, containing 8,246 lines, an abridgment with a prose connecting outline of the story is given in this volume, with the second, consisting of 7,699 octosyllabic verses, like those in which the House of Fame is written, it is found impossible to deal with in the present edition. The poem is a curtailed translation from the French Roman de la Rose, commenced by Guillaume de Loris, who died in 1260, after contributing 4,070 verses, and completed in the last quarter of the 13th century by Jean de Meun, who added some 18,000 verses. It is a satirical allegory, in which the vices of courts, the corruptions of the clergy, the disorders and inequalities of society in general are unsparingly attacked, and the most revolutionary doctrines are advanced; and though, in making his translation, Chaucer softened or eliminated much of the satire in the poem, still it remained in his verse a caustic exposure of the abuses of the time, especially those which discredited the Church. The Canterbury Tales are presented in this edition with as near an approach to completeness in regard for the popular character of the volume permitted. The 17,385 verses of which the poetical tales consist have been given without abridgment or purgation, save in a single couplet, but the main purpose of the volume being to make the general reader acquainted with the poems of Chaucer and Spenser, the editor has ventured to contract the two prose tales, Chaucer's Tale of Meliobius and the Parson's Sermon or Treatise on Penitence, so as to save about 30 pages for the introduction of Chaucer's minor pieces. At the same time, by giving prose outlines of those omitted parts, it has been sought to guard the reader against the fear that he was losing anything essential or even valuable. It is almost needless to describe the plot, or point out the literary place of the Canterbury Tales. Perhaps in the entire range of ancient and modern literature there is no work that so clearly and freshly paints for future times the picture of the past. Certainly no Englishman has ever approached Chaucer in the power of fixing for ever the fleeting traits of his own time. The plan of the poem had been adopted before Chaucer chose it, notably in the Decameron of Boccaccio, although there the circumstances under which the tales were told, with the terror of the plague hanging over the merry company, lent a grim grotesqueness to the narrative, unless we can look at it abstracted from its setting. Chaucer, on the other hand, strikes a perpetual keynote of gaiety whenever he mentions the word pilgrimage, and at every stage of the connecting story we bless the happy thought which gives us the incessant incident, movement, variety, and unclouded but never monotonous joyousness. The poet, the evening before he starts on a pilgrimage to the shrine of Saint Thomas at Canterbury, lies at the Tabard Inn in Southwark, curious to know in what companionship he is destined to fare forward on the morrow. Chance sends him 29 in a company, representing all orders of English society, lay and clerical, from the knight and the abbot down to the ploughman and the sompnour. The jolly host of the Tabard, after supper, when tongues are loosed and hearts are opened, declares that not this year he has seen with such company at once under its roof-tree, and proposes that, when they set out the next morning, he should ride with them and make them sport. All agree, and Harry Bailey unfolds his scheme. Each pilgrim, according to the poet, shall tell 2 tales on the road to Canterbury, and 2 on the way back to London, and he whom the general voice pronounces to have told the best tale shall be treated to supper at the common cost, and of course to mine host's profit, when the cavalcade returns from the saint's shrine to the Southwark hostelry. All joyously assent, and early on the morrow, in the gay spring sunshine, they ride forth, listening to the heroic tale of the brave and gentle knight who has been gracefully chosen by the host to lead the spirited competition of the story-telling. To describe thus the nature of the plan, and to say that when Chaucer conceived, or at least began to execute it, he was between 60 and 70 years of age, is to proclaim that the Canterbury Tales could never be more than a fragment. 30 pilgrims, each telling 2 tales on the way out and 2 more on the way back. That makes 120 tales, to say nothing of the prologue, the description of the journey, the occurrences at Canterbury, and all the remnant of their pilgrimage, which Chaucer also undertook. No more than 23 of the 120 stories are told in the work as it comes down to us. That is, only 23 of the 30 pilgrims tell the first of the 2 stories on the road to Canterbury, while of the stories on the return journey we have not one, and nothing is said about the doings of the pilgrims at Canterbury, which would, if treated like the scene at the Tabard, have given us a still livelier picture of the period. But the plan was too large, and although the poet had some reserves in stories which he had already composed in an independent form, death cut short his labour ere he could even complete the arrangement and connection of more than a very few of the tales. Incomplete as it is, however, the magnum opus of Chaucer was in its own time received with immense favour. Manuscript copies are numerous, even now, no slight proof of its popularity, and when the invention of printing was introduced into England by William Caxton, the Canterbury Tales issued from his press in the year after the first English printed book, The Game of Cheese, had been struck off. Innumerable editions have since been published, and it may fairly be affirmed that few books have been so much in favour with the reading public of every generation as this book, which the lapse of every generation has been rendering more unreadable. Apart from the Romaunt of the Rose, no really important poetical work of Chaucer's is omitted from or unrepresented in the present edition. Of the Legend of Good Women, the prologue only is given, but it is the most genuinely Chaucerian part of the poem. Of the Court of Love, 3/4 are here presented. Of the Assembly of Fowls, the Cuckoo and the Nightingale, the Flower and the Leaf, all of Chaucer's Dream, 1/4 of the House of Fame, 2/3, and of the minor poems such a selection as may give an idea of Chaucer's power in the occasional department of verse. Necessarily, no space whatever could be given to Chaucer's prose works. His translation of Boethius's treatise on the Consolation of Philosophy, his treatise on the Astrolabe, written for the use of his son Lewis, and his Testament of Love, composed in his later years, and reflecting the troubles that then beset the poet. If, after studying in a simplified form the salient works of England's first great bard, the reader is tempted to regret that he was not introduced to a wider acquaintance with the author, the purpose of the editor will have been more than attained. The plan of the volume does not demand an elaborate examination into the state of our language when Chaucer wrote, or the nice questions of grammatical and metrical structure which conspire with the obsolete orthography to make his poems a sealed book for the masses. The most important element in the proper reading of Chaucer's verses, whether written in the decasyllabic or heroic metre, which he introduced to our literature, or in the octosyllabic measure used with such animated effect in The House of Fame, Chaucer's Dream, etc., is the sounding of the terminal e, where it is now silent. The letter is still valid in French poetry, and Chaucer's lines can be scanned only by reading them as we would read Racine's or Molière's. The terminal e played an important part in grammar. In many cases it was a sign of the infinitive, the n being dropped from the end. At other times it pointed the distinction between singular and plural, between adjective and adverb. The pages that follow, however, being prepared from the modern English point of view, necessarily no account is taken of these distinctions, and the now silent e has been retained in the text of Chaucer only when required by the modern spelling or the exigencies of metre. Before a word beginning with a vowel, or with the letter h, the final e was almost without exception mute, and in such cases, in the plural forms and infinitives of verbs, the terminal n was generally retained for the sake of euphony. No reader who is acquainted with the French language will find it hard to fall into Chaucer's accentuation, while, for such as are not, a simple perusal of the text according to the rules of modern verse should remove every difficulty. So ends The Life of Geoffrey Chaucer, from the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems of Geoffrey Chaucer, Edited by D. Laing Purves.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Hoover. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Laing Purves. This recording is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Canterbury Tales, the Prologue. When that Aprilus with his showers swoot, the drought of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every vein in such liquor, of which virtue engendered is the flower, when Zephyrus eke with his swoot breath inspired hath in every holt and heath, the tender crops in the youngest sun hath in the ram his half coursey run, and small fowls make melody, that sleepen all the night with open eye, so pricketh them nature in their courages. Then long a folk to go on pilgrimages, and palmers for to seek strange strands, to fern hollows couth in sundry lands. And specially from every shire's end of England to Canterbury they wend, the holy blissful martyr for to seek, that them hath holpen when that they were sick. Befell that in that season on a day in Southwark at the tabard as I lay, ready to wenden on my pilgrimage to Canterbury with devout courage, at night was come into that hostelry well 29 in a company of sundry folk, by adventure y fall in fellowship, and pilgrims were they all, that toward Canterbury would ride. The chamber and the stables were wide, and well we were in eased at the best. And shortly, when the sun was to rest, so had I spoken with them every one, that I was of their fellowship anon, and made forward early for to rise, to take our way there as I you devise. But natheless, while I have time and space, ere that I farther in this tale pace, methinketh it accordant to reason to tell you all of the condition of each of them, so as it seemed to me, and which they weren, and of what degree, and eke in what array that they were in, and at a knight then will I first begin. A knight there was, and that a worthy man, that from the time that he first began to ridden out, he loved chivalry, truth and honour, freedom and courtesy. Full worthy was he in his lord's war, and thereto had he ridden, no man far as well in Christendom as in heathenness, and ever honoured for his worthiness at Alisander he was, when it was won. Full oftentime he had the board begun above all nations in Prussa. In Letoa had he raised, and in Russa no Christian man so oft of his degree. In Grenade at the siege eke had he be of Algesir, and ridden in Belle Marie. At Lays was he, and at Sadely when they were won, and in the great sea at many a noble army had he be. At mortal battles had he been 15, and foughten for our faith at Tramacene, and lists thrice, and aye slain his foe. This ilke worthy knight had been also some time with the Lord of Palatine against another heathen in Turkey, and evermore he had a sovereign price. And though he was worthy, he was wise, and of his port as meek as is a maid. He never yet no villainy ne said in all his life, unto no man or wight. He was a very perfect gentle knight. But for to tell you of his array, his horse was good, but yet he was not gay. Of fustian he weared a jippon, all besmottered with his habergeon, for he was late y come from his voyage, and wente for to do his pilgrimage. With him there was his son, a young squire, a lover and a lusty bachelor, with locks curl as they were laid in press. Of 20 years of age he was, I guess. Of his stature he was of even length, and wonderly deliver, and great of strength. And he had been some time in Chevachy, in Flanders, in Artois, and Picardy, and borne him well, as of so little space, and hoped to standen in his lady's grace. Embroidered was he, as it were made all full of freshe flowers, white and red. Singing he was, or fluting all the day. He was as fresh as is the month of May. Short was his gown, with sleeves long and wide. Well could he sit on horse, and fair a ride. He coulde songs make, and well indite, Joust, and eke dance, as well portray and write. So hot he loved, that by night or tale He slept no more than doth the nightingale. Courteous he was, lowly and serviceable, And carved before his father at the table. A yeoman had he, and servants no mo At that time, for him lestride so, And he was clad in coat and hood of green. A sheaf of peacock arrows bright and keen Under his belt he bare full thriftily. Well could he dress his tackle yeomanly. His arrows drooped not with feathers low, And in his hands he bare a mighty bow. A nuthead had he, with a brown visage. Of woodcraft could he well all the usage. Upon his arms he bare a gay bracer, And by his side a sword and a buckler. And on that other's side a gay dagger, Harnessed well, and sharp as point of spear. Christopher on his breast of silver sheen, And horn he bare, the baldric was of green. A forester was he, soothly, as I guess. There was also a nun, a prioress, That of her smiling was full simple and coy. Her greatest oath was but by Saint Loy, And she was cleped Madame Eglantine. Full well she sang the service divine, And tuned in her nose full seemly. In French she spake full fair and fetisly, After the school of Stratford at Abo. For French of Paris was to her unknow. At Meta was she well y taught withal. She let no morsel from her lippes fall, Nor wet her fingers in her sauce deep. Well could she carry a morsel, and well keep That no droppe ne fell upon her breast. In courtesy was set full much her lest. Her overlippe wiped she so clean, That in her cup there was no farthing seen Of grease, when she drunken had her draught. Full seemly after her meat she wrought, And sickerly she was of great disport, And full pleasant and amiable of port, And pained her to counterfeit a cheer of court, And be a stately of mannere, And be holden digny of reverence. But for to speaken of her conscience, she was so charitable and so piteous, she woulde weep if that she saw a mouse caught in a trap, if it were dead or bled. Of smalle hounds had she, that she fed with roasted flesh and milk and wastel bread. But sore she wept if one of them were dead, or if men smote it with a yarde smart. And all was conscience and tender heart. Full seemly her wimple y pinched was, her nose tretis, her eyen gray as glass, her mouth full small, and thereto soft and red. But sickerly she had a fair forehead. It was almost a span a brow, I trow, for hardily she was not undergrow. Full fetis was her cloak, as I was ware. Of small coral about her arm she bare A pair of beads, gauded all with green, And thereon hung a brooch of gold full sheen, On which first y written in crown day, and after, Amor vincit omnia. Another nun also with her had she, That was her chapelaine, and priestess three. A monk there was, a fair for the mastery, An outrider that loved venery, A manly man, to be an abbot able. Full many a dainty horse had he in stable, And when he rode, men might his bridle hear Jingling in a whistling wind as clear And eke as loud as doth the chapel bell, There as his lord was keeper of the cell. The rule of Saint Mare and of Saint Benet, Because that was old and some deal strait, This ilke monk let olde things pace, And held after the newe world the trace. He was not of the text a pulled hen, That saith, that hunters be not holy men; Ne that a monk, when he is cloisterless, Is like to a fish that is waterless. This is to say, a monk out of his cloister, This ilke text held he not worth an oyster. And I say his opinion was good. Why should he study and make himself wood Upon a book, and cloister always poor, Or swinken with his hands, and labour as Austin bid? How shall the world be served? Let Austin have his swink to him reserved. Therefore he was a prickosore aright. Greyhounds he had as swift as fowl of flight. Of pricking and of hunting for the hare Was all his lust, for no cost would he spare. I saw his sleeves are filled at the hand With gris, and that the finest of the land. And for to fasten his hood under his chin, He had of gold y wrought a curious pin. A love knot in the greater end there was. His head was bald, and shone as any glass, And eke his face, as it had been anoint. He was a lord full fat and in good point. his eye in steep and rolling in his head, that steamed as a furnace of a lead, his boots supple, his horse in great estate. Now certainly he was a fair prelate. He was not pale as a four-pined ghost, a fat swan loved he best of any roast. His palfrey was as brown as is a berry. A friar there was, a wanton and a merry, a limitor, a full solemn man. In all the orders four is none that can so much of dalliance and fair language. He had y made full many a marriage of younge women at his owen cost. Unto his order he was a noble post. Full well beloved, and familiar was he with franklins over all in his country, and eke with worthy women of the town. For he had power of confession, as said himself more than a curate, for of his order he was licentiate. Full sweetly heard he confession, and pleasant was his absolution. He was an easy man to give penance, there as he wist to have a good pittance. For unto a poor order for to give is sign that a man is well yshrive. For if he gave, he durst make avaunt, he wist that the man was repentant. For many a man so hard is of his heart, he may not weep although him sore smart. Therefore instead of weeping and prayeres, men must give silver to the poor freres. His tippet was aye farced full of knives and pins for to give to fair wives, and certainly he had a merry note. Well could he sing and playen on a rote. Of yettings he bare utterly the prize. His neck was white as is the fleur de lis. Thereto he strong was as a champion. He knew well the taverns in every town, and every hostler and gay tapster better than a lazer or a beggara. For unto such a worthy man as he accordeth not, as by his faculty, to have with such lazers acquaintance. It is not honest, it may not advance, as for to deal with no such poor ale, but all with rich and sellers of vitail. And over all there his profit should arise. Courteous he was, and lowly of service, and as no man nowhere so virtuous. He was the best beggar in all his house, and gave a certain frame for the grant. None of his brethren came into his haunt. For though a widow had but one shoe, so pleasant was his in principio, yet he would have a farthing ere he went. His purchase was well better than his rent. And rage he could and play as any whelp in love days. There could he muchel help. For there was he not like a cloisterer, with threadbare scope, as is a poor scholar, but he was like a master or a pope. Of double worsted was his semicope, that rounded him as a bell out of press. Somewhat he lisped for his wantonness, to make his English sweet upon his tongue, and in his harping, when that he had sung, his eye twinkled in his head aright, as do the stars in a frosty night. This worthy limitor was called Hubert. A merchant was there with a forked beard, and motley, and high on his horse he sat. Upon his head a Flandrish beaver hat. His boots clasped fair and fetisly. His reasons aye spake he full solemnly, sounding alway the increase of his winning. He would the sea were kept for anything betwixt a Middleburg and Orwell. Well could he in exchange shields sell, this worthy man full well his wit beset. There wiste no wight that he was in debt, so stately was he of governance with his bargains and with his chevasance. Forsooth he was a worthy man withal, but sooth to say I not how men him call. A clerk there was of Oxenford also, that unto logic had a long ago. As lean was his horse as is a rake, and he was not right fat, I undertake, but looked hollow, and thereto soberly. Full threadbare was his overous courtpy, for he had not gotten him yet no benefice, nay was not worldly, to have an office. For him was lever have at his bed's head 20 books, clothed in black or red, of Aristotle and his philosophy, than robes rich, or fiddle, or psaltery. But all be that he was a philosopher, yet had he but little gold in coffer. But all that he might of his friends hent, on books and on learning, he it spent, and busily gan for the souls pray of them that gave him wherewith to schole, of study took he most care and heed. Not one word spake he more than was need, and that was said in form and reverence, and short and quick, and full of high sentence. Sounding in moral virtue was his speech, and gladly would he learn, and gladly teach. A sergeant of the law, wary and wise, that often had ye been at the Parvis, there was also full rich of excellence. Discreet he was, and of great reverence. He seemed such, his words were so wise, justice he was full often in assize, by patent and by plain commission. For his science and for his high renown, of fees and robes had he many one. So great a purchaser was nowhere none. All was fee simple to him. In effect his purchasing might not be insuspect. Nowhere so busy a man as he there was, and yet he seemed busier than he was. In terms had he case and doom as all that from the time of King Will were fall. Thereto he could indite, and make a thing there coulde no wight pinch at his writing. In every statute could he plain by rote. He rode but homely, in a medley coat, girt with a scent of silk, with barres small. Of his array tell I no longer talle. A francolin was in this company. White was his beard as is the daisy. Of his complexion he was sanguine. Well loved he in the morn a sop and wine. To liven in delight was ever his one, for he was Epicurus Owen's son. That held opinion in plain delight was verily felicity per fight. An householder, and that a great was he. Saint Julian, he was in his country. His bread, his ale, was always after one. A better envined man was nowhere none. Without bake meat never was his house. Of fish and flesh, and that so plenteous. It snowed in his house of meat and drink, of alle dainties that men coulde think. After the sundry seasons of the year, so changed he his meat and his souper. Many full fat partridge had he in mew, and many a bream, and many a lucerne stew. Woe was his cook but if his sauce were poignant and sharp, and ready all his gear. His table dormant in his hall always stood ready covered all the longe day. At sessions there was he lord and sire. Full often time he was knight of the shire. An anlace and a gipsere, all of silk, hung at his girdle, white as morning milk. A sheriff had he been, and a contour was nowhere such a worthy vavasor. An haberdasher and a carpenter, a webbe, a dyer, and a tapisser were with a seek, clothed in one livery, of a solemn and great fraternity. Full fresh and new their gear y picked was. Their knives were y chipped not with brass, but all with silver wrought full clean and well. Their girdles and their pouches every deal. Well seemed each of them a fair burgess, to sitten in a guild hall on the dais. Evereach for the wisdom that he can was shapely for to be an alderman. For chattels hadde they enough and rent, and eke their wives would it well assent, and elles certain they had been to blame. It is full fair to be a clept madam, and for to go to vigils all before, and have a mantle royally bore. A cook they hadde with them for the nones, to boil the chickens and the marrow bones, and powder merchant tart and gallingal. Well could he know a draught of London ale. He could roast and stew and broil and fry, make mortrews, and well bake a pie. But great harm was it, as it thought to me, that on his shin a mormel hadde he. For blanc manger, that made he with the best. A shipman was there, one far by west, for aught I wot be was of Dartmouth. He rode upon a rounsey as he couth, all in a gown of falding to the knee. A dagger hanging by a lace had he about his neck under his arm adown. The hot summer had made his hue all brown. And certainly he was a good fellow. Full many a draught of wine had he y draw. From Bordeaux ward, while the chapmen sleep, of nice conscience took he no keep. If that he fought, and had the higher hand, by water he sent them home to every land. But of his craft to reckon well his tides, his steames and his strandes him besides, his Herbero, his moon, and laud manage, there was none such from Hull unto Carthage. Hardly he was, and wise, I undertake, with many a tempest had his beard been shake. He knew well all the havens as they were, from Scotland to the Cape of Finisterre. In every creek in Bretagne and in Spain, his barge yclept was the Magdalene. With us there was a doctor of physic, and all this world was there none him like, to speak of physic and of surgery, for he was grounded in astronomy. He kept his patient a full great deal in hours by his magic natural. Well could he fortune the ascendant of his images for his patient. He knew the cause of every malady, were it of cold or hot or moist or dry, and where engendered, and of what humour. He was a very perfect practisour, the cause you know, and of his harm the root. Anon he gave the sick man his boot. Full ready had he his apothecaries to send his drugs and his lecturies. For each of them made other for to win their friendship was not new to begin. Well knew he the old Escalipus, and Dioscorides, and eke Rufus, old Hippocras, Hali and Gallian, Serapion, Rhasis and Avicen, Averroes, Damascene and Constantine, Bernard and Gattiston and Gilbertin. Of his diet measurable was he, for it was of no superfluity, but of great nourishing and digestible. His study was but little on the Bible. In sanguine and in purse he glad was all, lined with taffeta and with sendal. And yet he was but easy of dispense, he kept that he won in the pestilence. For gold in physic is a cordial, therefore he loved gold in special. A good wife was there of beside Bath, but she was some deal deaf, and that was scath. Of cloth making she had in such an haunt, she passed them of Ypres and of Gaunt. And all the parish wife was there none that to the offering before her should gon, and if there did, certain so wroth was she that she was out of all a charity. Her coverchiefs were full fine of ground, I durste swear they weighed 10 pound, that on Sunday were upon her head. Her hosen were of fine scarlet red, full straight y-tied, and shoes full moist and new. Bold was her face, and fair and red of hue. She was a worthy woman all her life. Husbands at the church door had she had 5, withouten other company in youth. But thereof needeth not to speak as newth. And thrice had she been at Jerusalem. She had passed many a strange stream. At Rome she had been, and at Boulogne, in Gallus and St. James, and at Cologne. She coulda much of wandering by the way. Gat-toothed was she, soothly for to say. Upon an ambler easily she sat, y wimpled well, and on her head an hat as broad as is a buckler or a targe, a footmantle about her hips large, and on her feet a pair of spurs sharp. In fellowship well could she laugh and carp, of remedies of love she knew perchance, for of that art she could the olde dance. A good man there was of religion, that was a poor parson of a town, but rich he was of holy thought and work. And he was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christ's gospel truly would he preach. His parishioners devoutly would he teach. Benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient. And such he was he proved often sithes, full loth were him to curse for his tithes, but rather would he given out of doubt unto his poor parishioners about, of his offering and eke of his substance. He would in little thing have sufficence. Wide was his parish, and houses far asunder, but he ne left naught, for no rain nor thunder, in sickness and in mischief, to visit the farthest in his parish, much and lit, upon his feet and in his hands a staff. This noble example to his sheep he gaf, that first he wrought, and afterward he taught. Out of the gospel he the word is caught. In this figure he added yet thereto, that if gold rust, what should iron do? For if a priest be foul, on whom we trust, no wonder is a lewed man to rust. And shame it is, if that a priest take keep, to see a shitten shepherd and clean sheep. Well ought a priest an sample for to give, by his own cleanness, how his sheep should live. He sette not his benefice to hire, and left his sheep encumbered in the mire, and ran unto London, unto St. Paul's, to seek him a shantery for souls, or with a brotherhood to be withhold. But dwelled at home, and kept a well his fold, so that the wolf ne made it not miscarry. He was a shepherd, and no mercenary. And though he holy were and virtuous, he was to sinful men not dispiteous, nor of his speech a dangerous nor dine, but in his teaching discreet and benign. To drawen folk to heaven with fairness, by good ensample was his business. But it were any person obstinate, whatso he were of high or low estate, him would he snibbe sharply for the nose. A better priest I trow that nowhere none is. He waited after no pomp nor reverence, nor maked him a spiced conscience. But Christ is Lord, and his apostles 12 he taught, and first he followed it himself. With him there was a ploughman, was his brother, that had he laid of dung full many a father. A true swinker and a good was he, living in peace and perfect charity. God loved he best with all his heart at alle times, were it gain or smart, and then his neighbour right as himself. He would thresh, and there to dike and delve, for Christ's sake, for every poor wight, withouten hire, if it lay in his might. His tithes paid he full fair and well, both of his proper swink and his chattel, and at tabard he rode upon a mare. There was also a Reeve, and a Millera, a Sompner, and a Pardoner also, a Manciple, and myself. There were no mo'. The miller was a stout carle for the nones. Full big he was of brawn, and eke of bones. That proved well, for over all where he came, at wrestling he would bear away the rame. He was short-shouldered, broad, thick at gar. There was no door that he hold heave off bar, or break it at a running with his head. His beard as any sow or fox was red, and thereto broad, as though it were a spade. Upon the cop right of his nose he had a wart, and thereon stood a tuft of hairs, red as the bristles of a sow's ear. His nose thurles black were and wide. A sword and buckler bare he by his side. His mouth as wide as was a furnace. He was a jangler and a golardice, and that was most sin and harlotries. Well could he steal a corn, and toll thrice, and yet he had a thumb of gold, pardie. A white coat and a blue hood weared he. A bagpipe well could he blow and sound, and therewithal he brought us out of town. A gentle manciple was there of a temple, of which acateurs might taken sample, for to be wise in buying of victual. For whether that he paid, or took by tale, algate he waited so in his acate, that he was aye before in good estate. Now is not that of God a full fair grace, that such a lewd man as which shall pace the wisdom of an heap of learned men. Of masters had he more than thrice 10, that were of law expert and curious, of which there was a dozen in that house, worthy to be stewards of rent and land of any lord that is in England, to make him live by his proper good, in honour debtless, but if he would, or live as scarcely as him list desire, and able for to help in all a shire. In any case, that might a fall or hap, and yet this manciple set their aller cap. The Reeve was a slender choleric man. His beard was shaved as high as ever he can. His hair was by his ears round y shorn. His top was docked like a priest beforn, full long over his legs, and full lean, like a staff. There was no calf y seen. Well could he keep a garner and a bin. There was no auditor could on him win. Well wist he by the drought, and by the rain, the yielding of his seed and of his grain. His lord's sheep, his neat, and his dairy, his swine, his horse, his store, and his poultry were wholly in this Reeve's governing, and by his covenant gave he reckoning. Since that his lord was 20 year of age, there could no man bring him in arrearage. There was no bailiff, herd, nor other hind, that he ne knew his sleight and his covine. They were adrad of him, as of the death. His wonning was full fair upon an heath, with green trees ashadowed was his place. He could a better than his lord purchase. Full rich he was y stored privily. His lord well could he please subtly, to give and lend him of his own good, and have a thank, and yet a coat and hood. In youth he learned, had a good mister, he was well good right, a carpenter. This Reeve sat upon a right good stot, that was all palmly grey, and hight a Scot. A long surcoat of purse upon he had, and by his side he bare a rusty blade. Of Norfolk was this Reeve, of which I tell, beside a town man clepen Baldeswell. Tucked he was, as is a friar about, and never rode the hinderest of the rout. A Sompner was there with us in that place, that had a fire-red cherubin's face, for sus flame he was, with eye and narrow. As hot he was, and lecherous as a sparrow, with scalled brows black, and pilled beard. Of his visage children were sore afeard. And as quicksilver, litharge, nor brimstone, boris, cerus, nor oil of tartar none, nor ointment that would cleanse or bite, that him might helpen of his welcus white, nor of the knobs sitting on his cheeks. Well loved he garlic, onions, and leeks, and for to drink strong wine as red as blood. Then would he speak, and cry as he were wood, and when he well drunken had the wine, then would he speak no word but Latin. A few terms knew he, 2 or 3, that he had learned out of some decree. No wonder is, he heard it all the day. And eke he knowen well how that a jay can clap and wat as well as can the Pope. But whoso would another thing him grope, that he had spent all his philosophy, aye, quistio quid juris, would he cry. He was a gentle harlot, and a kind. A better fellow should a man not find. He would suffer for a quart of wine. A good fellow to have his concubine a 12-month, and excuse him at the full. Full privily a finch eke could he pull. And if he found where a good fellow, he would teach him to have none awe. In such a case as the archdeacon's curse. But if a man's soul were in his purse, for in his purse he should ye punished be. Purse is the archdeacon's hell, said he. But well I wot he lied right indeed. Of cursing ought each guilty man to dread, for curse will slay right as a sailing Sabbath, and also wear him of significat. In danger had he at his own guise. The younge girl was of the diocese, and knew their counsel, and was of their rede. A garland had he set upon his head, as great as if it were for an ale-stake. A buckler had he made him of a cake. With him there rode a gentle pardoner of Ronceville, his friend and his compere, that straight was comen from the court of Rome. Full loud he sang, "Come hither, love, to me." This Sompnour bare to him a stiff burden, was never trump of half so great a sound. This pardoner had hair as yellow as wax, but smooth it hung, as doth a strike of flax. By ounces hung his locks that he had, and therewith he his shoulders overspread. Full thin it lay by culpins one in one, but hood for jollity he weared none, for it was trussed up in his wallet. Him thought he rode all of the nuaget, dishevel, save his cap, he rode all bare. Such glaring eyen had he as in hair. A vernicle had he sewed upon his cap. His wallet lay before him in his lap. Breadful of pardon, come from Rome all hot. A voice he had as small as hath a goat. No beard had he, nor ever one should have. As smooth it was as it were new y shave. I trow he were a gelding or a mare. But of his craft from Berwick unto Ware, ne was there such another pardoner. For in his mail he had a pillow bare, which, as he said, was Our Lady's veil. He said he had a gobbet of the sail that Saint Peter had, when that he went upon the sea, till Jesus Christ him hent. He had a cross of Latin foul of stones, and in a glass he had pig's bones. But with these relics, when that he found a poor parson dwelling upon land, upon a day he got him more money than the parson got in moneths tway. And thus with feigned flatterings and japes he made the parson and the people his apes. But truly to tell in at the last, he was in church a noble ecclesiast. Well could he read a lesson or a story, but alderbast he sang an offertory. For well he wiste, when that song was sung, he muste preach, and well file his tongue, to win silver as he right well could. Therefore he sang full merrily and loud. Now have I told you shortly in a clause the estate, the array, the number, and eke the cause why that assembled was this company in Southwark at this gentle hostelry, that highte the tabard fast by the bell. But now is time for you to tell how that we bare in us that ilke night, when we were in that hostelry aright, and after will I tell of our voyage, and all the remnant of our pilgrimage. But first I pray you of your courtesy, that ye arret it not my villainy, though that I plainly speak in this matter, to tellen you their words and their cheer. Not though I speak their words properly, for this ye know and also well as I, whoso shall tell a tale after a man, he must rehearse as nigh as ever he can, every word if it be in his charge. I'll speak he ne'er so rudely and so large. Or else he must tell his tale untrue, or feign things, or find words new. He may not spare although he were his brother, he must as well say one word as another. Christ spake himself full broad in holy writ, and well ye wot no villainy is it. Eke Plato saith, whoso that can him read, the words must be cousin to the deed. Also I pray you to forgive it me, as have I not set folk in their degree. Here in this tale, as that they shoulden stand, my wit is short, ye may well understand. Great cheer made our host us every one, and to the supper set he us anon, and served us with victual of the best. Strong was the wine, and well to drink us lest. A seemly man our host was withal, for to have been a marshal in an hall. A large man he was with eye and steep, a fairer burgess is there none and cheap. Bold of his speech, and wise and well y taught, and of manhood lacked him right naught. Eke thereto he was right a merry man, and after supper playen he began, and spake of mirth amongs other things. when that we had made our reckonings, and said thus, Now, lordings, truly ye be to me welcome right heartily, for by my troth, if that I shall not lie, I saw not this year such a company at once in this herborough, now. Fain would I do you mirth, and I wist how. And of a mirth I am right now bethought, to do you ease, and it shall cost naught. Ye go to Canterbury, God you speed, the blissful martyr quite you your meed. And well I wot, as ye go by the way, ye shapen you to talken and to play, for truly comfort nor mirth is none, to ride by the way as dumb as stone. And therefore would I make you disport, as I said erst, and do you some comfort. And if you liketh, all by one assent, now for to stand in at my judgment, and for to worken as I shall you say to-morrow, when ye riden on the way, now by my father's soul that is dead, but ye be merry, smiteth off mine head. Hold up your hands without more speech. Our counsel was not long afore to seech. Us thought it was not worth to make it wise, and granted him without more avise, and bade him say his verdict as him lest. Lordings, quoth he, now hearken for the best, but take it not, I pray you, in disdain. This is the point, to speak it platt and plain, that each of you, to shorten with your way in this voyage, shall tell in tales tway, to Canterbury ward, I mean it so, and homeward he shall tell in other two, of adventures that whilom have befall, and which you that beareth him best of all, that is to say, that telleth in this case tales of best sentence and most solace, shall have a supper at your aller cost, here in this place, sitting by this post, when that ye come again from Canterbury. And for to make you the more merry, I will myself gladly with you ride, right at mine own cost, and be your guide. And whoso will my judgment with say, shall pay for all we spenden by the way. And if ye vouchsafe that it be so, tell me anon without words mo, and I will early shape me therefore. This thing was granted, and our oath we swore with full glad heart, and prayed him also that he would vouchsafe for to do so, and that he would be our governor, and of our tales judge and repertoire, and set a supper at a certain price, and we will ruled be at his device, in high and low, and thus by one assent we be accorded to his judgment. And thereupon the wine was fetten on, we drunken, and to rest went each one, without any longer tarrying. A-morrow, when the day began to spring, uprose our host, and was our allercock, and gathered us together in a flock, and forth we rid in all a little space unto the watering of Saint Thomas. And there our host began his horse arrest, and said, Lords, hearken if you lest, to weet your forward, and I it record, if evensong and morning song accord. Let's see now who shall tell the first tale. As ever may I drink a wine or ale, whoso is rebel to my judgment shall pay for all that by the way is spent. Now draw ye cuts, ere that ye farther twin, he which that hath the shortest shall begin. Sir Knight, quoth he, my master and my lord, now draw the cut, for that is mine accord. Come near, quoth he, my lady prioress, and ye, Sir Clerk, let be your shamefastness, nor study naught, lay hand to every man. Anon to draw, and every wight began, and shortly for to tellen as it was, were it by aventure, or sort, or cost, the sooth is this, the cut fell to the knight, of which full blithe and glad was every wight, and tell he must his tale as was reason, by foreword and by composition, as ye have heard. What needeth words mo? And when this good man saw that it was so, as he that wise was and obedient to keep his foreword by his free assent, he said, Sithen, I shall begin this game. Why, welcome be the cut in God's name. Now let us ride, and hearken what I say. And with that word we ridden forth our way, and he began with right merry cheer his tale anon, and said, as you shall hear. End of the General Prologue.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during June 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Knight's Tale. Whilom, as olde stories tellen us, there was a duke that highte Theseus. Of Athens he was lord and governor, and in his time such a conqueror, that greater was there none under the sun. Full many a rich country had he won. What with his wisdom and his chivalry, he conquered all the reign of Feminy. That whilom was yclept Scythia, and wedded the Queen Hippolyta, and brought her home with him to his country, with muchel glory and great solemnity, and eke her younger sister Emily. And thus with victory and with melody let I this worthy duke to Athens ride, and all his host in arms him beside. And certes, if it ne'er too long to hear, I would have told you fully the manner how wonnen was the reign of Feminy by Theseus and by his chivalry, and of the great battle for the nonce betwixt Athenes and the Amazons, and how assieged was Hippolyta, the fair hardy queen of Scythia, and of the feast that was at her wedding, and of the tempest at her homecoming. But all these things I must as now forbear. I have got what a large field to ear, and weak be the oxen in my plough. The remnant of my tale is long enow. I will not letten eke none of this rout. Let every fellow tell his tale about, and let's see now who shall the supper win. There, as I left, I will again begin. This duke, of whom I make mention, when he was come almost unto the town, in all his weal and in his moste pride, he was ware, and he cast his eye aside, where that there kneeled in the highe way a company of ladies tway and tway, each after other, clad in clothes black. But such a cry and such a woe they make, that in this world n'is creature living that hearde such another waymenting. And of this crying would they never stenten, till they the rainis of his bridal henten. What folk be ye that at mine homecoming perturben so my feast with crying? Quoth Theseus. Have ye so great envy of mine honor, and that thus complain and cry? Or who hath you misboten or offended? Do telle me, if it may be amended. And why that ye be clad thus all in black? The oldest lady of them all then spake, when she had swooned with a deadly cheer, that it was ruth for to see or hear. She said, Lord, to whom fortune hath given victory, and as a conqueror to liven, naught grieveth us your glory and your honor, but we beseechen mercy and succor. Have mercy on our woe and our distress. Some drop of pity, through thy gentleness, upon us wretched women let now fall. For certes, Lord, there is none of us all that hath not been a duchess or a queen. Now we be caitiffs, as it is well seen. Thanked be fortune and her false wheel, that none estate insureth to be well. And certes, Lord, to biden your presence here in this temple of the goddess Clemence, we have been waiting all this fortnight. Now help us, Lord, since it lies in thy might. I, wretched wight, that weep and wail thus, was whilom wife to King Capaneus, that staffe at Thebes, cursed be that day. And all we that be in this array, and making all this lamentation, we losten all our husbands in that town, while that the siege thereabouten lay. And yet the old Creon well away, that lord is now of Thebes the city, fulfilled of ire and of iniquity. He for despite and for his tyranny, to do the dead bodies villainy of all our lords, which that had been a slaw, hath all the bodies on an heap ydraw, and will not suffer them by none assent, neither to be buried nor brent, but maketh hounds eat them in despite. And with that word, without more respite, they fallen gruff, and cried piteously, have on us wretched women some mercy, and let our sorrows sinken in thine heart. This gentle duke down from his courser start, with heart piteous, when he heard them speak. Him thought that his heart would all to break, when he saw them so piteous and so mate, that whilom weren of so great estate. And in his arms he them all uphent, and them comforted in full good intent, and swore his oath, as he was true knight, he would do so faithfully his might upon the tyrant Creon them to wreak, that all the people of Greece should speak how Creon was of Theseus served, as he had his death full well deserved. And right anon, without more abode, his banner he displayed, and forth he rode to Thebes ward, and all his host beside. No ne'er Athens would he go nor ride, nor take his ease fully half a day, but onward on his way that night he lay, and sent anon Hippolyta the queen, and Emily her youngest sister sheen, unto the town of Athens for to dwell, and forth he writ, there is no more to tell. The red statue of Mars with spear and targe so shineth in his white banner large, that all the fieldes glitter up and down, and by his banner borne is his pennon of gold full rich, in which there was abeat the Minotaur, which that he slew in Crete. Thus writ this duke, thus writ this conqueror, and in his host of chivalry the flower, till that he came to Thebes, and alight fair in a field, there as he thought to fight. But shortly for to speaken of this thing with Creon, which that was of Thebes king, he fought, and slew him manly as a knight, in plain bataille, and put his folk to flight. And by assault he won the city after, and rent adown both wall and spar and rafter, and to the ladies he restored again the bodies of their husbands that were slain, to do obsequies, as was then the guise. But it were all too long for to devise that great clamour, and the waymenting which the ladies made at the brenning of the bodies, and the great honour that Theseus the noble conqueror did to the ladies when they from him went. But shortly for to tell is mine intent. When that this worthy duke, this Theseus, had Creon slain, and won in Thebes thus, still in the field he took all night his rest, and did with all the country as him lest, to ransack in the tasks of bodies dead, them for to strip of harness and to weed. The pillars did their business and cure, after the battle and discomfiture. And so befell that in the task they found, through girt with many a grievous bloody wound, two younge knights, ligging by and by, both in one arms, wrought full richly, of which two Arcita hight that one, and he that other hight Palamon. Not fully quick, nor fully dead they were, but by their coat armor and by their gear the heralds knew them well in special, as those that weren of the blood royal, of Thebes, and of Sistren too y-born. Out of the task the pillars have them torn, and have them carried soft unto the tent of Theseus, and he full soon them sent to Athens, for to dwellen in prison perpetually. He in old no ransom. And when this worthy duke had thus done, he took his host, and home he writ anon, with laurel crowned as a conqueror, and there he lived in joy and in honor term of his life. What needeth wordes mo'? And in a tower, in anguish and in woe, dwellen this Palamon and eke Arcita. For evermore there may no gold them quite. Thus passed year by year and day by day, till it fell a once morn of May, that Emily, that fairer was to seen than is the lily upon his stalk green, and fresher than the May with flowers new, for with the rose colour strove her hue. I note which was the finer of them two. Ere it was day, as she was wont to do, she was arisen, and already dight. For May will have no sluggardy a night. The season pricketh every gentle heart, and maketh him out of his sleep to start, and saith, Arise, and do thine observance. This maketh Emily have remembrance to do honor to May, and for to rise. Yclothed was she fresh for to devise. Her yellow hair was braided in a tress behind her back, a yard along, I guess, and in the garden at the sun uprist she walketh up and down whereas her list. She gathereth flowers, party white and red, to make a sotel garland for her head. And as an angel heavenly she sung, the greate tower that was so thick and strong, which of the castle was the chief dungeon, whereas these knights weren in prison, of which I told you, and telle shall, was even joinant to the garden wall. There, as this Emily had her playing, bright was the sun and clear that morrowing, and Palamon, this woeful prisoner, as was his wont by leave of his jailer, was risen, and roamed in a chamber on high, in which he all the noble city sigh, and eke the garden full of branches green, there as this fresh Emilia the sheen was in her walk, and roamed up and down. This sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon, went in his chamber roaming to and fro, and to himself complaining of his woe, that he was born, full oft he said, alas! And so befell by adventure or cas, that through a window thick of many a bar, of iron great, and square as any spar, he cast his eyes upon Emilia, and therewithal he blent and cried, Ah! as though he stungen were unto the heart. And with that cry Arcita anon upstart, and said, Cousin mine, what aileth thee, that art so pale and deadly for to see? Why criedst thou? Who hath thee done offence? For God's love take all in patience. Our prison, for it may none other be, Fortune hath given us this adversity. Some wick aspect of disposition of Saturn by some constellation hath given us this, although we had it sworn, So stood the heaven when that we were born. We must endure. This is the short and plain. This Palamon answered and said again, Cousin, forsooth of this opinion thou hast a vain imagination. This prison caused me not for to cry, but I was hurt right now through mine eye into mine heart, that will my bane be. The fairness of the lady that I see yond in the garden roaming to and fro is cause of all my crying and my woe. I know 'twere she be woman or goddess, but Venus is it soothly as I guess. And therewithal on knees adown he fell, and said, Venus, if it be your will you in this garden thus to transfigure before me, sorrowful, wretched creature, out of this prison help that we may scape, and if so be our destiny be shape, by etern word to dine in prison, of our lineage have some compassion, that is so low brought by tyranny. And with that word our seat gonna spy, whereas this lady roamed to and fro. And with that sight her beauty hurt him so, that if that Palamon was wounded sore, our seat was hurt as much as he, or more. And with a sigh he said piteously, The fresh beauty slayeth me suddenly, of her that roameth yonder in the place. And but I have her mercy and her grace, that I may see her at the least way, I am but dead. There is no more to say. This Palamon, when he these wordes heard, dispiteously he looked and answered, Whether sayest thou this in earnest or in play? Nay, quoth Arcite, in earnest, by my fay. God help me so, me lustful ill to play. This Palamon gan knit his brows tway. It were, quoth he, to thee no great honor, for to be false, nor for to be traitor to me, that am thy cousin and thy brother, is sworn full deep, and each of us to other, that never for to dien in the pain, till that the death departen shall us twain, neither of us in love to hinder other, nor in none other case, my lieve brother, but that thou shouldest truly father me in every case, as I should father thee. This was the thine oath, and mine also certain. I wot it well, thou darest it not withsayn. Thus art thou of my counsel out of doubt. And now thou wouldest falsely be about to love my lady, whom I love and serve, and ever shall, until my hearte sterve. Now certes, false Arcite, thou shalt not so. I loved her first, and told thee my woe, as to my counsel and my brother sworn to father me, as I have told beforn. But which thou art bounden as a knight to help me, if it lie in thy might, or else art thou false, I dare well sayn. This Arcita full proudly spake again. Thou shalt, quoth he, be rather false than I, and thou art false, I tell thee utterly, for par amour I loved her first ere thou. What wilt thou say? Thou wist it not right now, whether she be a woman or a goddess. Thine is affection of holiness, and mine is love, as to a creature, for which I told thee mine aventure. As to my cousin and my brother sworn, I pose that thou lov'st her beforn. Wist thou not well the old clerkes saw, that who shall give a lover any law? Love is a greater law, by my pan, than may be given to any earthly man. Therefore positive law and such decree is broke away, for love in each degree a man must needs love, maugre his head. He may not flee it, though he should be dead. All be she, maid or widow or else wife, and eke it is not likely all thy life to standen in her grace, no more than I. For well thou wouldst thyself verily, that thou and I be damned to prison perpetual. Us gaineth no ransom. We strive as did the houndes for the bone. They fought all day, and yet their part was none. There came a kite, while that they were so wroth, and bare away the bone betwixt them both. And therefore at the kinge's court, my brother, each man for himself, there is no other. Love if thee list, for I love, and I shall and soothly leve, brother. This is all. Here in this prison musten we endure, and each of us take his aventure. Great was the strife and long between these tway, if that I had leisure for to say, but to the effect it happened on a day, to tell it you as shortly as I may. A worthy duke that hight Perithus, that fellow was to the Duke Theseus, since thilke day that they were children light, was come to Athens his fellow to visit, and for to play as he was wont to do, for in this world he loved no man so, and he loved him as tenderly again. So well they loved, as old book sayn, that when that one was dead, soothly to sayn, his fellow went and sought him down in hell. But of that story list me not to write. Duke Perithus loved well Arcite, and had him known at Thebes year by year, and finally at request and prayer of Perithus, without ransom, Duke Theseus let him out of prison, freely to go where him list all over, in such a guise as I tellen shall. This was the forward plain to indite betwixt Theseus and him Arcite, that if so were that Arcite were found ever in his life, by day or night, one stound in any country of this Theseus, and he were caught, it was accorded thus, that with a sword he should lose his head, but took his leave, and homeward he him sped. Let him beware, his neck lieth to wed. How great a sorrow suffereth now Arcite, the death he feeleth through his hearte smite. He weepeth and waileth, crieth piteously, to slay himself he waiteth privily. He said, alas, the day that I was born, now is my prison worse than beforn. Now is me shape eternally to dwell, not in purgatory, but right in hell. Alas, that ever I knew Perithus, for elles had I dwelt with Theseus, y-fettered in his prison evermo', then had I been in bliss, and not in woe. Only the sight of her whom that I serve, though that I never may her grace deserve, would have sufficed right enough for me. O dear cousin Palamon, quoth he, thine is the victory of this aventure, full blissfully in prison to endure. In prison, nay, certes, in paradise, well hath fortune turned thee the dice, that hast the sight of her, and I the absence. For possible is, since thou hast her presence, and art a knight, a worthy and an able, that by some cast, since fortune is changeable, thou mayst to thy desire sometime attain. But I that am exiled and barren of all grace, and in so great despair, that there is earth, water, fire, nor air, nor creature that of them maked is, that may help nor comfort in this. Well ought I sterve in one hope and distress. Farewell, my life, my lust, and my gladness. Alas, why plainen men so in commune of purveyance of God or of fortune, that giveth them full oft in many a guise, well better than they can themselves devise. Some man desireth for to have riches, that cause is of his murder or great sickness. And some man would out of his prison fain that in his house is of his maine slain. Infinite harmes be in this matter. We wot never what thing we pray for here. We fare as he that drunk is as a mouse. A drunken man wot well he hath an house, but he wot not which is the right way thither. And to a drunken man the way is slither. And certes in this world so fare we seek fast after felicity, but we go wrong full often truly. Thus we may say in all, and namely I, that weened and had a great opinion, that if I might escape from prison, then had I been in joy and perfect hell. For where now I am exiled from my well, since that I may not see you, Emily, I am but dead. There is no remedy. Upon that other side, Palamon, when that he wist our sight was gone, much sorrow maketh, that the great tower resoundeth of his yelling and clamour. The pure fetters on his shinnes great were of his bitter salted tears wet. Alas, quoth he, our sight, cousin mine, of all our strife, God wot, the fruit is thine. Thou walkest now in Thebes at thy large, and of my woe thou givest little charge. Thou mayest, since thou hast wisdom and manhead, assemble all the folk of our kindred, and make a war so sharp on this country, that by some aventure or some treaty thou mayst have her to lady and to wife, for whom that I must needs lose my life. For as by way of possibility, since thou art at thy lodge of prison free, and art a lord, great is thine avantage, more than is mine, that sterve here in a cage. For I must weep and wail while that I live, with all the woe that prison may me give, and eke with pain that love me gives also, that doubles all my torment and my woe. Therewith the fire of jealousy upstart within his breast, and hint him by the heart so woodly, that he like was to behold the box tree, or the ashes dead and cold. Then said, O cruel goddess, that govern this world with binding of your word etern, and written in the table of adamant your parliament and your eternal grant, what is mankind more unto you hold than is the sheep that rooketh in the fold? For slain is man, right as another beast, and dwelleth eke in prison and arrest, and hath sickness and great adversity, and oftentimes guilteless, pardie, What governess is in your prescience, that guiltless tormenteth innocence, and yet increaseth this all my penance, that man is bounden to his observance, for Godde's sake, to letten of his will, whereas a beast may all his lust fulfill. And when a beast is dead, he hath no pain. But man after his death must weep and plain, though in this world he have care and woe. Without a doubt it may standen so. The answer of this leave I to divines, but well I wot that in this world great pine is. Alas, I see a serpent or a thief, that many a true man hath done mischief. Go at his large, and where him list may turn, but I must be in prison through Saturn, and eke through Juno, jealous, and eke Wood, that hath well nigh destroyed all the blood of Thebes with his waste walls wide, and Venus slayeth me on that other side. For jealousy and fear of him are sight. Now will I stent of Palamon alight, and let him in his prison stille dwell. And of our seat forth I will you tell. The summer passeth, and the night is long. Increase double wise the pain is strong, both of the lover and the prisoner. I note which hath the wofuller mister. For shortly for to say, this Palamon perpetually is damned to prison, in chains and in fetters to be dead, and Arcite is exiled on his head for evermore as out of that country, nor nevermore he shall his lady see. You lovers, ask I now this question: Who lieth the worse, Arcite or Palamon? The one may see his lady day by day, but in prison he dwelle must alway. The other, where him list, may ride or go, but see his lady shall he never mo'. Now deem all as you list, ye that can, for I will tell you forth as I began. When that Arcite to Thebes comen was, full oft a day he swelt, and said, Alas, for see this lady he shall know never mo'. And shortly to concluden all his woe, so much sorrow had never creature that is or shall be while the world may dure. His sleep, his meat, his drink is him byraft, that lean he wecks and dry as any shaft, his eyen hollow, grisly to behold, his hue sallow and pale as ashes cold. And solitary he was, ever alone, and wailing all the night, making his moan. And if he heard a song or instrument, then would he weepen, he might not be stent, so feeble were his spirits, and so low, and changed so, that no man could know his speech, neither his voice, though men it heard. And in his gear for all the world he fared, not only like the lover's malady of Eros, but rather like many, engendered of humours melancholic, before his head in his cell fantastic. And shortly turned was all upside down, both habit and eke disposition of him, this woeful lover Dan Arcite. Why should I all day of his woe indite, when he endured had a year or two this cruel torment and this pain and woe? At Thebes in his country, as I said, upon a night in sleep as he him laid, him thought how that the winged god Mercury before him stood, and bade him to be merry. His sleepy yard in hand he bare upright, A hat he wore upon his hairs bright. Arrayed was this god as he took keep, and he was when that August took his sleep, and said him thus: To Athens shalt thou wend, there is thee shapen of thy woe an end. And with that word our sight woke and start. Now truly how sore that air me smart. Quoth he, to Athens right now will I fare, nor for no dread of death shall I not spare, to see my lady that I love and serve. In her presence I recke not to sterve. And with that word he caught a great mirror, and saw that changed was all his colour, and saw his visage all in other kind, and right anon it ran him ill his mind, that since his face was so disfigured of malady the which he had endured, he might well, if that he bare him low, live in Athens evermore unknow, and see his lady well nigh day by day. And right anon he changed his array, and clad him as a poor labourer, and all alone, save only a squire that knew his privity and all his cas, which was disguised poorly as he was. To Athens is he gone the nexte way, and to the court he went upon a day, and at that gate he proffered his service, to drudge and draw whatso men would devise. And shortly of this matter for to sayn, he fell in office with a chamberlain, the which that dwelling was with Emily. For he was wise, and coulde soon espy of every servant which that served her. Well could he hew wood and water bear, for he was young and mighty for the nonce, and thereto he was strong and big of bones, to do that any wight can him devise. A year or two he was in this service, page of the chamber of Emily the bright, and philostrate he said that he hight. But half so well beloved a man as he, ne was there never in court of his degree. He was so gentle of condition, that throughout all the court was his renown. They said that it were a charity that Theseus would enhance his degree, and put him in some worshipful service, there as he might his virtue exercise. And thus within a while his name sprung, both of his deedes and of his good tongue, that Theseus hath taken him so near, that of his chamber he hath made him squire, and gave him gold to maintain his degree, and eke men brought him out of his country, from year to year full privily his rent. But honestly and slyly he it spent, that no man wondered how that he it had, and 3 year in this wise his life beled, and bare him so in peace and eke in war, that there was no man that Theseus had so dear. And in this bliss leave I now our sight, and speak I will of Palamon alight. In darkness horrible and strong prison this 7 year hath sitten Palamon, forpined what for love and for distress, who feeleth double sorrow and heaviness. But Palamon, that love distraineth so, that would out of his wits he went for woe, and eke thereto he is a prisoner perpetual, not only for a year. Who could rhyme in English properly his martyrdom? Forsooth it is not I. Therefore I pass as lightly as I may. It fell that in the 7th year in May, the 3rde night, as olde bookes sayn, that all this story tellen more plain, were it by aventure or destiny, as when a thing is shapen, it shall be, that soon after the midnight Palamon, by helping of a friend, brake his prison, and fled the city fast as he might go, for he had given drink his jailer so of a clary made of a certain wine, with narcotis and opiae of Thebes fine, that all the night, though that men would him shake, the jailer slept, he might not wake. And thus he fled as fast as ever he may. The night was short, and fast by the day, that needes cast he must himself to hide, and to a grove fast there beside, with dreadful foot then stalked Palamon. For shortly this was his opinion, that in the grove he would him hide all day, and in the night then would he take his way to Thebes ward, his friendes for to pray on Theseus to help him to warray, and shortly either he would lose his life, or winnen Emily unto his wife. This is the effect, and his intention plain. Now I will turn to Arcite again. That little wist how nigh was his care, till that fortune had brought him in the snare. The busy lark, the messenger of day, saluteth in her song the morning gray. And fiery Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the Orient laugheth at the sight, and with his streames drieth in the greaves the silver drops hanging on the leaves. And Arcite, that is in the court royal, with Theseus, his squire principal, is risen, and looketh on the merry day, and for to do his observance to May, remembering the point of his desire, he on his courser starting as the fire is ridden to the fields him to play out of the court, were it a mile or tway, and to the grove of which I have you told, by a venture his way began to hold, to make him a garland of the greaves, were it of woodbine or of hawthorn leaves. And loud he sang against the sun so sheen, "O May, with all thy flowers and thy green, right welcome be thou, fair fresh May. I hope that I some green here getten may." And from his courser with a lusty heart into the grove full hastily he start, and in a path he roamed up and down. There as by a venture this Palamon was in a bush, that no man might him see, for sore afeard of his death was he. Nothing ne he knew that it was Arcite. God wot he would have trowed it full light. But sooth is said, gone since full many years, the field hath eyen, and the wood hath ears. It is a full fair a man to bear him even, for all day meeten men at unset steven. Full little wot Arcite of his fellaw, that was so nigh to hearken of his saw. For in the bush he sitteth now full still, when that Arcite had roamed all his fill, and sungen all the roundel lustily, as do those lovers in their quainte gears, now in the crop, and now down in the breres, now up, now down, as bucket in a well. Right as the Friday soothly for to tell, now shineth it, and now it raineth fast. Right so can Geary Venus overcast the heartes of her folks, right as her day is gearful, right so changeth she array. Seldom is Friday all the week alike. When Arcite had sung, he gan to syke, and sat him down withouten any more. "Alas," quoth he, "the day that I was bore! How long, Juno, through thy cruelty, wilt thou warrayen Thebes the city? Alas, y brought is to confusion the blood royal of Cadm and Amphion, of Cadmus, which that was the firste man that Thebes built, or the first town began, and of the city first was crowned king. Of his lineage am I, and his offspring, by very line, as of the stock royal. And now I am so caitiff and so thrall, that he that is my mortal enemy, I serve him as his squire poorly. And yet doth Juno me well more shame, for I dare not beknow mine owen name. But there, as I was wont to hight Arcite, now hight I Philostrate, not worth a mite. Alas, thou fell Mars, and alas, Juno, thus hath your ire our lineage all fordo, save only me, and wretched Palamon, that Theseus martyreth in prison. And over all this, to slay me utterly, Love hath his fiery dart so burningly is sticked through my true careful heart, that shapen was my death erst than my shot. Ye slay me with your eyes, Emily. Ye be the cause wherefore that I die. Of all the remnant of mine other care, ne'er set I not the mountains of a tear, so that I could do aught to your pleasance. And with that word he fell down in a trance a long time. And afterward upstart this Palamon, that thought through his heart he felt a cold sword suddenly to glide. For ire he quoke, no longer would he hide. And when that he had heard Arcite's tale, as he were wood, with face dead and pale, he start him up out of the bushes thick, and said, "False Arcite, false traitor wick! Now art thou hent that lov'st my lady so, for whom that I have all this pain and woe, and art my blood, and to my counsel sworn, as I full oft have told thee herebeforn, and hast bejaped here Duke Theseus, and falsely changed hast thy name thus. I will be dead, or else thou shalt die. Thou shalt not love my lady Emily. For I will love her only, and no more. For I am Palamon, thy mortal foe. And though I have no weapon in this place, but out of prison am astart by grace, I dread not that either thou shalt die, or else thou shalt not loven Emily. Choose which thou wilt, for thou shalt not astart. This Arcite then, with full dispiteous heart, when he him knew and had his tale heard, as fierce as lion, pulled out a sword, and said thus: "By God that sitteth above, ne'er it that thou art sick and wood for love, and eke that thou no weapon hast in this place, thou shouldst never out of this grove pace, that thou ne shouldst dien of mine hand. For I defy the surety and the band which that thou sayest I have made to thee. What, very fool, think well that love is free? And I will love her maugre than all thy might. But for thou art a worthy gentle knight, and wilnest to darraign her by battle, have here my troth. Tomorrow I will not fail, without weeting of any other wight, that here I will be founden as a knight, and bring harness right enough for thee, and choose the best, and leave the worst for me. And meat and drink this night will I bring enough for thee, and clothes for thy bedding. And if so be that thou my lady win, and slay me in this wood that I am in, thou mayst well have thy lady as for me." This Palamon answered, "I grant it thee." And thus they be departed till the morrow, when each of them hath laid his faith to borrow. O Cupid, out of all a charity, O regne that wilt no fellow have with thee, full sooth is said that love nor lordship will not his thanks have any fellowship. Well finden that Arcite and Palamon. Arcite is ridden on unto the town, and on the morrow, ere it were daylight, full privily 2 harness hath he dight, both sufficient and meet to darraign, and battle in the field betwixt them twain. And on his horse alone as he was born, he carrieth all this harness him beforn, and in the grove, at time and place y set, this Arcite and this Palamon be met. Then change gan the colour of their face, right as the hunter in the regne of Thrace, that standeth at a gap with a spear, when hunted is the lion or the bear, and heareth him come rushing in the greaves, and breaketh both the boughs and the leaves, thinketh, here comes my mortal enemy, without fail he must be dead or I, for either I must slay him at the gap, or he must slay me, if that me mishap. So fared they, in changing of their hue, as far as either of them other knew. There was no good day, and no saluting, but straight, without words, rehearsing, ever each of them hoped to arm the other, as friendly as he were his own brother. And after that, with sharpe spears strong, they foined each at other wonder long. Thou mightest ween that this Palamon in fighting were as a wood lion, and as a cruel tiger was Arcite. As wild boars gan they together smite, that froth as white as foam, for ire wood, up to the ankle fought they in their blood. And in this wise I let them fighting dwell, and forth I will of Theseus you tell. The destiny, minister general, that executeth in the world o'er all the purveyance that God hath seen beforn, so strong it is, that though the world had sworn the contrary of a thing, by yea or nay, yet sometime it shall fallen on a day, that falleth not eft in 1,000 year. For certainly our appetites here, be it of war, or peace, or hate, or love, all is this ruled by the sight above. This mean I now by mighty Theseus, that for to hunten is so desirous, and namely the great hart in May, that in his bed there dawneth him no day that he is not clad and ready for to ride, with hunt and horn and hounds by his side. For in his hunting hath he such delight, that it is all his joy and appetite to be himself the great hart's bane, for after Mars he serveth now Diane. Clear was the day, as I have told ere this, and Theseus with all a joy and bliss, and with his Hippolyta the faire queen, and Emily, y-clothed all in green, on hunting be they ridden royally, and to the grove that stood there fast by, in which there was a hart, as men him told, Duke Theseus the straight way doth hold, and to the land he rideth him full right. There was the hart y wont to have his flight, and over a brook, and so forth on his way. This Duke will have a course at him or tway, with houndes, such as him lust to command. And when this Duke was come to the land, under the sun he looked, and anon he was ware of Arcite and Palamon, that fought breme, as it were bulles two. The bright swords went to and fro so hideously, that with the least stroke it seemed that it would fell an oak. But what they were, nothing yet he wot. This Duke his courser with his spurres smote, and at a start he was betwixt them two, and pulled out a sword and cried, "Ho! no more, on pain of losing your head." By mighty Mars, he shall anon be dead that smiteth any stroke that I may see. But tell to me what mister men ye be, that be so hardy for to fighte here, without judge or other officer, as though it were in lists royally. This Palamon answered hastily and said, Sir, what needeth wordes mo'? We have the death deserved both the two. Two woeful wretches be we, and caitives, that be accumbered of our own lives. And as thou art a rightful lord and judge, so give us neither mercy nor refuge, and slay me first for sainte charity, but slay my fellow eke as well as me. Or slay him first, for, though thou know it light, this is thy mortal foe, this is Arcite, that from thy land is banished on his head, for which he hath deserved to be dead. For this is he that came unto thy gate, and said that he hight Philostrate. Thus hath he japed thee full many year, and thou hast made of him thy chief esquire. And this is he that loveth Emily. For since the day is come that I shall die, I make plainly my confession, that I am thilke woeful Palamon, that hath thy prison broken wickedly. I am thy mortal foe, and it am I that so hot loveth Emily the bright, that I would die here present in her sight. Therefore I ask death and my jewise, and slay my fellow eke in the same wise, for both we have deserved to be slain. This worthy duke answered anon again, and said, This is a short conclusion. To your own mouth, by your own confession, hath damned you, and I will it record. It needeth not to pain you with the cord. Ye shall be dead, by mighty Mars the Red. The queen anon, for very womanhead, began to weep, and so did Emily, and all the ladies in the company. Great pity was it, as it thought them all, that ever such a chance should befall. For gentle men they were, of great estate, and nothing but for love was this debate. They saw their bloody wounds wide and sore, and cried all at once, both less and more, Have mercy, Lord, upon us women all. And on their bare knees adown they fall, and would have kissed his feet there as he stood, till at the last aslaked was his mood. For pity runneth soon in the gentle heart. And though at first for ire he quoke and start, he hath considered shortly in a clause the trespass of them both, and eke the cause. And although that his ire their guilt accused, yet in his reason he hath them both excused. As thus: he thought well that every man will help himself in love if that he can, and eke deliver himself out of prison of women, for they wepten ever in one. And eke his hearte had compassion, and in his gentle heart he thought anon, and soft unto himself he said, Fie upon a lord that will have no mercy, but be a lion both in word and deed, to them that be in repentance and dread, as well as to a proud dispiteous man, that will maintain what he first began. That lord hath little of discretion, that in such case can no division, but weigheth pride and humbleness after one. And shortly, when his ire is thus agone, he gan to look on them with eyen light, and spake these sames words all on height: The God of love, ah benedicite, how mighty and how great a lord is he! Against his might there gain none obstacles. He may be called a god for his miracles, for he can maken at his own guise of every heart as that him list devise. Lo here this Arcite and this Palamon, that quietly were out of my prison, and might have lived in Thebes royally, and weet I am their mortal enemy, and that their death lieth in my might also, and yet hath love more their eyen too brought them hither both for to die. Now look ye, is this not an high folly? Who may not be a fool if but he love? Behold, for Godde's sake that sits above, see how they bleed. Be they not well arrayed? Thus hath their lord, the god of love, them paid their wages and their fees for their service, and yet they ween for to be full wise that serve love, for aught that may befall. But this is yet the beste game of all, that she for whom they have this jealousy can them therefore as muchel thank as me. She wot no more of all this hot fare, by God, than what a cuckoo or an hare. But all must be assayed, hot or cold. A man must be a fool, or young or old. I wot it by myself full yore agone, for in my time a servant was I one, and therefore since I know of love's pain, and wot how sore it can a man distrain, and he that oft hath been caught in his last, I you forgive wholly this trespass, at request of the queen that kneeleth here, and eke of Emily, my sister dear. And ye shall both anon unto me swear, that never more ye shall my country dare, nor make war upon me night or day, but be my friends in all that ye may. I you forgive this trespass every deal. And they him sware his asking fair and well, and him of lordship and of mercy prayed, and he them granted grace, and thus he said: To speak of royal lineage and richess, though that she were a queen or a princess, each of you both is worthy doubtless to wed when time is. But natheless I speak as for my sister Emily, for whom ye have this strife and jealousy. Ye wot yourselves she may not wed the two at once, although ye fight for evermore. But one of you, all be him loth or lief, he must go pipe into an ivy leaf. This is to say, she may not have you both, albe ye never so jealous nor so wroth. And therefore I you put in this degree, that each of you shall have his destiny as him is shape. And hearken in what wise. Lo here your end of that I shall devise. My will is this, for plain conclusion, withouten any replication. If that you liketh, take it for the best, that evereach of you shall go where him lest, freely, without ransom or danger. And this day 50 weekes far ne near, evereach of you shall bring 100 knights, armed for lists up at all rights, all ready to darraign her by battle. And this behete I you without fail, upon my troth, and as I am a knight, that whether of you both that hath might, that is to say, that whether he or thou may with his 100, as I spake of now, slay his contrary, or out of lists drive, him shall I give Emily to wive. To whom that fortune gives so fair a grace, the lists shall I make here in this place. and God so wisely on my soul rule, as I shall even judge be and true. Yet shall none other end with me maken, than one of you shall be dead or taken. And if you think it this as well is said, say your advice, and hold yourselves upaid. This is your end and your conclusion. Who looketh lightly now but Palamon? Who springeth up for joy but Arcite? Who could it tell, or who could it indite, the joy that is maked in the place, when Theseus hath done so fair a grace? But down on knees went every manner wight, and thanked him with all their hearte's might, and namely these Thebans oft sithe. And thus with good hope and with heart blithe they take their leave, and homeward gan they ride, to Thebesward, with his old walles wide.
This ends The Knight's Tale Part 1. The story concludes on the next file. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during June 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. And now we continue with The Knight's Tale, Part 2.
I trow men would deem it negligence if I forgot to tell the dispense of Theseus, that went so busily to maken up the lists royally, that such a noble theatre as it was, I dare well say in all this world there n'as. The circuit a mile was about, walled of stone, and ditched all without. Round was the shape in manner of compass, full of degrees, the height of 60 pass, that when a man was set on 1 degree, he letted not his fellow for to see. Eastward there stood a gate of marble white, westward right such another opposite. And shortly to conclude, such a place was never on earth made in so little space. For in the land there was no craftsman that geometry or archimetric can, nor portrayer, nor carver of images, that Theseus ne gave him meat and wages, the theatre to make and to devise. And for to do his rite and sacrifice, he eastward hath upon the gate above, in worship of Venus, goddess of love, done make an altar and an oratory. And westward in the mind and in memory of Mars, he maked hath right such another, that cost largely of gold a father. And northward in a turret on the wall of alabaster white and red coral, an oratory rich for to see, in worship of Diane of chastity, hath Theseus done work in noble wise. But yet had I forgotten to devise the noble carving and the portraitures, the shape, the countenance of the figures that weren in their oratories 3. First, in the temple of Venus mayst thou see, wrought on the wall, full piteous to behold, the broken sleepes and the seekes cold, the sacred tears and the waymentings, the fiery strokes of the desirings, that love's servants in this life endure, the oaths that their covenants assure, pleasance and hope, desire, foolhardiness, beauty and youth, and baldry and riches,
charms and sorcery, leasings and flattery, dispense, business, and jealousy, that wore of yellow goldus a garland, and had a cuckoo sitting on her hand, feasts, instruments, and carols, and dances, lust and array, and all the circumstances of love, which I reckoned and reckon shall, in order, were painted on the wall, and more than I can make of mention. For soothly all the mount of Cithaeron, where Venus hath her principal dwelling, was showed on the wall in portraying, with all the garden and the lustiness, nor was forgot the porter idleness, nor Narcissus the fair of yore agone, nor yet the folly of King Solomon, nor yet the great strength of Hercules, the enchantments of Medea and Circes, nor of Turnus the hardy fierce courage, the rich Croesus, caitiff in servage. Thus may ye see that wisdom nor riches, beauty nor sleight, nor strength nor hardiness, ne may with Venus hold champarte, for as her list the world may she guide. Lo, all these folks so caught were in her lass, till they for woe full often said, Alas! Suffice these ensamples one or two, although I could reckon 1,000 mo'. The statue of Venus, glorious to see, was naked, floating in the large sea, and from the navel down all covered was with waves green and bright as any glass. A citole in her right hand had she, and on her head, full seemly for to see, a rose garland fresh and well smelling. Above her head, her doves flickering, before her stood her son Cupido. Upon his shoulders winges had he two, and blind he was, as it is often seen. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. Why should I not as well eke tell you all the portraiture that was upon the wall, within the temple of mighty Mars the Red? All painted was the wall in length and bread, like to the estrus of the grisly place, that hight the great temple of Mars in Thrace, in thilke gold and frosty region. There as Mars had his sovereign mansion, in which there dwelled neither man nor beast, with knotty gnarly barren trees old, of stubs sharp and hideous to behold, in which there ran a rumble and a sough, as though a storm should burst in every bough. And downward from an hill under a bent there stood the temple of Mars omnipotent, wrought all of burnished steel, of which the entry was long and strait and ghastly for to see. And thereout came a rage and such a vice, that it made all the gates for to rise. The northern light in at the door shone, for window on the wall was there none, through which men mighten any light discern. The doors were all of adamant etern, it clenched over thwart and end along, with iron tough, and for to make it strong, every pillar the temple to sustain was ton great of iron bright and sheen. There saw I first the dark imagining of felony, and all the compassing, the cruel ire as red as any glede, the pick-purse, and eke the pale dread, the smiler with the knife under the cloak, the shepen burning with the black smoke, the treason of the murdering in the bed, the open war with woundes all bebled, contake with bloody knife and sharp menace. All full of chirking was that sorry place. The slayer of himself there saw I there. His heart blood had bathed all his hair. The nail driven in the shod at night. The cold death, with mouth gaping upright. Amidst of the temple sat mischance, with discomfort and sorry countenance. Eke saw I woodness, laughing in his rage, armed complaint, outhaste, and fierce outrage, the carrain in the bush with throat a cove, 1,000 slain, and not of qualm y stove. The tyrant with the prey by force yreft, the town destroyed, that there was nothing left. Yet saw I burnt the ships upstairs, the hunter strangled with the wild bears, the sow freighting the child right in the cradle, the cook scalded for all his long ladle. Nor was forgot by the infortune of Mart the carter overridden with his cart. Under the wheel full low he lay adown. There were also of Mars' division the armourer, the bowyer, and the smith, that forgeth sharp swordes on his stith. And all above, depainted in a tower, saw I Conquest sitting in great honour, with ilke sharp sword over his head, hanging by a subtle y-twined thread. Painted the slaughter was of Julius, of cruel Nero, and Antonius. Although at that time they were yet unborn, yet was their death depainted there beforn. By menacing of Mars right by figure, so was it showed in that portraiture, as is depainted in the stars above, who shall be slain, or elles dead for love. Sufficeth one ensample in stories old. I may not reckon them all, though I would. The statue of Mars upon a cart stood, armed, and looked grim as he were wood. And over his head there shone 2 figures of stars, that be clept in scriptures. That one Puella, that other Rubius. This god of arms was arrayed thus. A wolf there stood before him at his feet, with eyen red, and of a man he eat. With subtle pencil painted was this story, in redoubting of Mars and of his glory. Now to the temple of Dian the chaste. As shortly as I can, I will me haste to telle you all the description depainted be the walls up and down, of hunting and of shamefast chastity. There saw I how woeful Callistope, when that Diana grieved was with her, was turned from a woman to a bear, and after was she made the lodestar. Thus was it painted, I can say no far. Her son is eke a star, as men may see. There saw I Dane turned into a tree. I meane not the goddess Dian, but Peneus' daughter, which that hight Dane. There saw I Actaeon and heart y-maked, for vengeance that he saw Dian all naked. I saw how that his houndes have him caught, and freten him, for that they knew him not. Yet painted was a little farthermore how Atalanta hunted the wild boar, and Meleager, and many other more, for which Diana wrought them care and woe. There saw I many another wondrous story, the which me list not drawen to memory. This goddess on an hart full high was set, with smalle houndes all about her feet. And underneath her feet she had a moon, waxing it was, and should wane soon. In gaudy green her statue clothed was, with bow in hand and arrows in a case. Her eyen cast she full low adown, where Pluto hath his dark region. A woman travailing was her beforn, but for her child so long was unborn. Full piteously Lucina gan she call, and said, "Help, for thou mayst best of all." Well could he paint lifelike that it wrought, with many a florin he the hues had bought. Now be these listes made, and Theseus, that at his great cost arrayed thus the temples and the theatre every deal. When it was done, him liked wonder well. But stint I will of Theseus a light, and speak of Palamon and of Arcite. The day approacheth of their returning, that evereach 100 knights should bring the battle to darraign, as I you told, and to Athens their covenant to hold. Hath evereach of them brought 100 knights, well armed for the war at all rights. And sickerly there trowed many a man, that never sitten that the world began, for to speaken of knighthood of their hand, as far as God hath maked sea and land, was of so few, so noble a company. For every wight that loved chivalry, and would his thanks have a passant name, had prayed that he might be of that game. And well was him that thereto chosen was, for if there fell tomorrow such a case, ye know well that every lusty knight that loveth paramour, and hath his might, were it in England or elleswhere, they would their thanks willen to be there, to fight for a lady, benecite. It were a lusty sight for to see. And right so fared they with Palamon. With him there went knights many one. Some will be armed in an habergeon, and in a breastplate, and in a gipon. Some will have a pair of plates large, and some will have a prose shield or targe. Some will be armed on their legges well. Some have an axe, and some a mace of steel. There is no new guise, but it was old. Armed they weren, as I have you told, evereach after his opinion. There mayst thou see coming with Palamon. Lycurgus himself, the great king of Thrace, black was his beard and manly was his face. The circles of his eyen in his head, they glowed betwixt yellow and red. Like a griffin looked he about, with kempte hair on his browe stout. His limbs were great, his brawns were hard and strong, his shoulders broad, his armes round and long. And as the guise was in his country, full high upon a car of gold he stood, with 4 white bulles in the trace, instead of coat armor on his harness, with yellow nails, and bright as any gold. He had a bear's skin, coal black for old. His long hair was akimpt behind his back, as any raven's feather it shone for black. A wreath of gold arm great of huge weight upon his head sat, full of stones bright, of fine rubies and clear diamants. About his car there went white alance, 20 and more, as great as any steer, to hunt the lion or the wild bear. And followed him with muzzle fast abound, collars of gold and torrets filed around. 100 lords had he in his rout, armed full well with hearte stern and stout. With Arcite in stories as men find, The great Emetrius, the king of Inde, upon a steed bay trapped in steel, covered with cloth of gold diapered well, came riding like the god of arms, Mars. His coat armor was a cloth of tars, couched with pearls white and round and great. His saddle was of burnished gold new beat, a mantlet on his shoulders hanging, breadful of rubies red as fires sparkling. His crisp hair like ringes was arun, and that was yellow, glittering as the sun. His nose was high, his eyen bright citrine. His lips were round, his colour was sanguine. A few of frackness in his face ysprent, betwixt yellow and black some deal amint. And as a lion he his looking cast, of 25 year his age I cast. His beard was well begonnen for to spring, his voice was as a trumpet thundering. Upon his head he wore of laurel green a garland fresh and lusty to be seen. Upon his hand he bare, for his delight, an eagle tame as any lily white. 100 lords had he with him there, all armed, save their heads in all their gear, full richly in all manner things. For trust ye well that earls, dukes, and kings were gathered in this noble company, for love and for increase of chivalry. About this king there ran on every part full many a tame lion and leopard. And in this wise these lordes all and some be on the Sunday to the city come, about a prime, and in the town alight. This Theseus, this duke, this worthy knight, when he had brought them into his city, and inned them, evereach at his degree, he feasteth them, and doth so great labour to ease in them, and do them all honour, that yet men ween that no manne's wit of none estate could amenden it. The minstrelsy, the service at the feast, the great gifts to the most and least, the rich array of Theseus' palace, nor who sate first or last upon the dais, what ladies fairest be or best dancing, or which of them can carol best or sing, or who most feelingly speaketh of love, what hawk is sitten on the perch above, what hound is liggen on the floor adown. Of all this now I make no mention, but of the fact that thinketh me the best. Now comes the point, and hearken if you lest. The Sunday night, ere day began to spring, when Palamon the larke hearde sing, although it were not day by houres two, yet sang the lark, and Palamon right tho, with holy heart and with a high courage, arose to wenden on his pilgrimage unto the blissful Cythera benign, I mean Venus honourable and dine. And in her hour he walketh forth apace unto the lists where her temple was, and down he kneeleth, and with humble cheer and hearte sore he said, as ye shall hear. Fairest of fair, O lady mine Venus, daughter to Jove and spouse of Vulcanus, thou gladder of the mount of Cithaeron, for thilke love thou haddest to adon, have pity on my bitter teare's smart, and take mine humble prayer to thine heart. Alas, I have no language to tell the effect nor the torment of mine hell. Mine heart may mine harmes not betray, I am so confused that I cannot say. But mercy, lady bright, that knowest well my thought, and seest what harm that I feel, consider all this, and rue upon my sore, as wisely as I shall for evermore enforce my might, thy true servant to be, and hold a war alway with chastity. That make I mine avow, so ye me help. I keep not of arms for to yelp, nor ask I not tomorrow to have victory, nor renown in this case, nor vain glory of prize of arms, blowing up and down. But I would have fully possession of Emily, and die in her service. Find thou the manner how and in what wise. I reckon not but it may better be to have victory of them, or they of me, so that I have my lady in mine arms. For though so be that Mars is god of arms, your virtue is so great in heaven above, that if you list, I shall well have my love. Thy temple will I worship evermore, and on thine altar, where I ride or go, I will do sacrifice and fires bait. And if ye will not so, my lady sweet, then I pray you, tomorrow with a spear that Arcite me through the heart to bear. Then reck I not when I have lost my life, though that Arcite to win her to his wife. This is the effect and the end of my prayer. Give me my love, thou blissful lady dear. When the orison was done of Palamon, his sacrifice he did, and that anon, full piteously with all the circumstances. All tell I not as now his observances, but at the last the statue of Venus shook, and made a sign, whereby that he took that his prayer accepted was that day. For though the sign showed a delay, yet wist he well that granted was his boon, and with glad heart he went him home full soon. The third hour unequal that Palamon began to Venus' temple for to gon, uprose the sun, and uprose Emily, and to the temple of Diane gone she. Her maidens, that she thither with her lad, the incense, the clothes, and remnant all, that to the sacrifice belonge shall. The hornes full of mead, as was the guise, there lacked naught to do her sacrifice. Smoking the temple full of clothes fair, this Emily with heart debonair, her body washed with water of a well. But how she did her right I dare not tell, but it be any thing in general, and yet it were a game to hearen all. To him that meaneth well it were no charge, but it is good a man to be at large. Her bright hair combed was, untressed all, a coronet of green oak cereal. Upon her head was set full fair and meet. 2 fires on the altar gan she beat, and did her thinges as men may behold in stace of Thebes and these bookes old. When kindled was the fire with piteous cheer, unto Diane she spake, as ye may hear. O chaste goddess of the woodes green, to whom both heaven and earth and sea is seen, queen of the realm of Pluto dark and low, goddess of maidens that mine heart hath know full many a year, and wast what I desire, to keep me from the vengeance of thine ire, that Actaeon abhorred cruelly. Chaste goddess, well wottest thou that I desire to be a maiden all my life, nor never will I be no love nor wife. I am, thou wost, yet of thy company a maid, and love hunting and venery, and for to walken in the woodes wild, and not to be a wife and be with child. Naught will I know the company of man. Now help me, lady, since ye may and can, for those three foremost that thou hast in thee, and Palamon that hath such love to me, and Arcite that loveth me so sore. This grace I pray thee without more, as sende love and peace betwixt them two, and from me turn away their heartes so, that all their hot love and their desire, and all their busy torment and their fire be quaint, or turned into another place. And if so be thou wilt do me no grace, or if my destiny be shapen so, that I shall needes have one of them two, so send me him that most desireth me. Behold, goddess of clean chastity, the bitter tears that on my cheekes fall. Since thou art maid and keeper of us all, my maidenhead thou keep and well conserve, and while I live, a maid I will thee serve. The fires burn upon the altar clear, while Emily was thus in her prayer. But suddenly she saw a sight quaint, for right anon one of the fires gained, and quicked again, and after that anon that other fire was quaint, and all agone, and as it quaint, it made a whistling, as doth a brand wet in its burning, and at the brande's end outran anon, as it were, bloody drops, many one. For which so sore aghast was Emily, that she was well nigh mad, and gan to cry, for she ne wist what it signified, but only for fear thus she cried, and wept that it was pity for to hear. And therewithal Diana gan appear, with bow in hand, right as an hunteress, and said, "Daughter, stint thine heaviness. Among the goddes high it is affirmed, and by eternal word writ and confirmed, thou shalt be wedded unto one of tho that have for thee so muche care and woe, but unto which of them I may not tell. Farewell, for here I may no longer dwell. The fires which that on mine altar burn shall thee declaren ere that thou go hene, thine aventure of love, as in this case." And with that word the arrows in the case of the goddess did clatter fast and ring, and forth she went and made a vanishing. For which this Emily astonished was, and said, "What amounteth this? Alas! I put me under thy protection, Diane, and in thy disposition." And home she went anon the next way. This is the effect, there is no more to say. The next hour of Mars following this, Arcite to the temple walked is of fierce Mars, to do his sacrifice with all the rites of his pagan guise. With piteous heart and high devotion, right thus to Mars he said his orison: "O stronge God, that in the regnes old of Thrace honored art, and lord y-hold, and hast in every regne and every land of armes all the bridle in thine hand, and them fortunest as thee list devise, accept of me my piteous sacrifice. If so be that my youth may deserve, and that my might be worthy for to serve thy godhead, that I may be one of thine, then pray I thee to rue upon my pine, for thilke pain and thilke hotte fire, in which thou whilom burnest for desire, when that thou usedest the beauty of fair young Venus, fresh and free, and haddest her in armes at thy will, and though thee once on a time misfill, when Vulcanus had caught thee in his lass, and found thee lagging by his wife, alas! For thilke sorrow that was in thine heart have ruth as well upon my paines smart. I am young and uncunning, as thou knowest, and as I trow with love offended most that e'er was any living creature. For she that doth me all this woe endure ne recketh ne'er whether I sink or fleet. And well I wot, ere she me mercy heat, I must with strength win her in the place. And well I wot, without help or grace of thee, ne may my strength not avail. Then help me, Lord, tomorrow in my battail. For thilke fire that whilom burned thee, as well as this fire that now burneth me. And do that I tomorrow may have victory. Mine be the travail, all thine be the glory. Thy sovereign temple will I most honor of any place, and always most labor in thy pleasance, and in thy craftes strong. And in thy temple I will my banner hong, and all the armes of my company. And evermore, until the day I die, eternal fire I will before thee find, and eke to this my vow I will me bind. My beard, my hair that hangeth long adown, that never yet hath felt offension of razor nor of shears, I will thee give, and be thy true servant while I live. Now, Lord, have ruth upon my sorrows sore. Give me the victory, I ask no more. The prayer stent of Arcita the strong, the ringes on the temple door that hung, and eke the doors clattered full fast, of which Arcita somewhat was aghast. The fires burned upon the altar bright, that it gan all the temple for to light. A sweet smell anon the ground upgaf, and Arcite anon his hand up half, and more incense into the fire he cast, with other rites more, and at the last the statue of Mars began his hauberk ring, and with that sound he heard a murmuring full low and dim, that said thus: Victory, for which he gave to Mars honor and glory. And thus with joy and hope well to fare, Arcite anon unto his inn doth fare, as fain as fowl is of the brighte sun. And right anon such strife there is begun, for thilke granting in the heav'n above, betwixt Venus, the goddess of love, and Mars, the stern god omnipotent, that Jupiter was busy it to stent. Till that the pale Saturnus the cold, that knew so many of adventures old, found in his old experience such an art, that he full soon hath pleased every part. And sooth is said, eld hath great advantage. In eld is both wisdom and usage. Men may the old outrun, but not outrede. Saturn anon to stint the strife and dread, albeit that it is against his kind, of all this strife gan a remedy find. My dear daughter Venus, quoth Saturn, my course that hath so wide for to turn hath more power than wot any man. Mine is the drowning in the sea so wan, mine is the prison in the darke cote, mine the strangling and hanging by the throat, the murmur and the churlish rebelling, the groaning and the privy poisoning. I do vengeance and playen correction. I dwell in the sign of the lion. Mine is the ruin of the high halls, the falling of the towers and the walls upon the miner or the carpenter. I slew Samson in shaking the pillar. Mine also be the maladies cold, the darke treasons, and the castes old. My looking is the father of pestilence. Now weep no more. I shall do diligence that Palamon, that is thine owen knight, shall have his lady as thou hast him hight. Though Mars shall help his knight, yet natheless betwixt you there must sometime be peace. All be ye not of one complexion, that each day causeth such division. I am thine ale, ready at thy will. Weep now no more, I shall thy lust fulfill. Now will I stenten of the gods above, of Mars and of Venus, goddess of love, and tell you as plainly as I can the great effect for which that I began. Great was the feast in Athens thilke day, and eke the lusty season of that May made every wight to be in such pleasance, that all that Monday jousten they and dance, and spenden it in Venus' high service. But by the cause that they should rise early a morrow for to see that fight, unto their rest went they that night. And on the morrow, when the day gan spring, of horse and harness, noise and clattering, there was in the hostelries all about. And to the palace rode there many a rout of lordes upon steeds and palfreys. There may thou see devising of harness, so uncouth and so rich, and wrought so well, of goldsmithry, of broding, and of steel. The shieldes bright, the testers and trappeurs, the gold-hewen helmets, hauberks, coat armures, lords in paraments on their courses, knights of retinue, and eke squires, nailing the spears and helmes buckling, gniding of shields with laners lacing. There as need is, they were nothing idle, the foamy steeds upon the golden bridle, gnawing, and fast the armourers also, with file and hammer picking to and fro. Yeomen on foot, and knaves a many one, with shorte staves thick as they may gon. Pipes, trumpets, neckeres, and clarions, that in the battle blow bloody sounds, the palace full of people up and down, there 3, there 10, holding their question, divining of these Theban knightes two. Some saiden thus, some said it shall he so, some helden with him with the black beard, some with the bald, some with the thick haired. Some said he looked grim and would fight. He had a sparth of 20 pound of weight. Thus was the hall full of divining, long after that the sun gan up spring. The great Theseus, that of his sleep is waked with minstrelsy and noise that was maked, held yet the chamber of his palace rich, till that the Theban knightes both illich honoured were, and to the palace fete. Duke Theseus is at a window set, arrayed right as he were a god on a throne. The people presseth thitherward full soon, him for to see and do him reverence, and eke to hearken his hest and his sentence. An herald on a scaffold made an O, till the noise of the people was ado. And when he saw the people of noise all still, thus shewed he the duke's mighty will. The Lord hath of his high discretion considered that it were destruction to gentle blood to fighten in the guise of mortal battle now in this emprise. Wherefore, to shape that they shall not die, he will his firste purpose modify. No man, therefore, on pain of loss or life, no manner shot, nor poleaxe, nor short knife into the lists shall send or thither bring, nor short sword for to stick with point biting no man shall draw, nor bear it by his side, and no man shall unto his fellow ride, but one course, with a sharp y-grounden spear, foin if him list on foot himself to wear, and he that is at mischief shall be take and not slain, but be brought unto the stake, that shall be ordained on either side. Thither he shall by force and there abide, and if so fall the chieftain be take on either side, or else slay his make, no longer then the tourneying shall last. God speed you, go forth and lay on fast. With longe sword and with mace fight your fill. Go now your way, this is the Lorde's will. The voice of the people touched the heaven, so loude cried they with merry steven, God save such a lord that is so good, he willeth no destruction of blood. Up go the trumpets and the melody, and to the listes rode the company, by ordinance throughout the city large, hanged with cloth of gold and not with sarge. Full like a lord this noble duke gan ride, and these two Thebans upon either side. And after rode the queen and Emily, and after them another company of one and other after their degree. And thus they passed through that city, and to the listes came they by time. It was not of the day yet fully prime, when set was Theseus full rich and high, Hippolyta the queen, and Emily, and other ladies in their degrees about. Unto the seates presseth all the rout, and westward through the gates under mart, Arcite and eke the 100 of his part with banner red is entered right anon. And in the selve moment Palamon is under Venus eastward in the place, with banner white and hardy cheer and face, in all the world to seeken up and down, so even without variation there were such companies never tway. For there was none so wise that coulde say that any had of other avantage, of worthiness, nor of estate, nor age, so even were they chosen for to guess. And in two ranges fair they them dress, when that their names read were every one, that in their number guile were there none. Then when the gates shut, and cried was loud, Do now your devour, young knightes proud. The heralds left their pricking up and down. Now ring the trumpet loud and clarion. There is no more to say, but east and west in go the spears sadly in the rest. In go the sharpe spurs into the side. There see me who can joust and who can ride. There shiver shafts upon shieldes thick. He feeleth through the hearte spoon the prick. Up spring the spears 20 foot on height. Out go the swordes as the silver bright. The helmes they to hewen and to shred. Out burst the blood with sterne streames red. With mighty maces to the bone they to breast. He through the thickest of the throng gan threst. There stumbles steedes strong, and down go all. He rolleth under foot as doth a ball. He foineth on his foe with a truncheon, and he him hurleth with his horse adown. He through the body hurt is, and sith take Maugre's head, and brought unto the stake. As forward was, right there he must abide. Another lead is on that other side, and sometime doth them Theseus to rest, them to refresh, and drinken if them lest. Full oft a day have the Thebans two together met, and wrought each other woe. Unhorsed hath each other of them tway. There is no tiger in the vale of Gallifrey. When that her whelp is stole, when it is light, so cruel on the hunter as Arcite, for jealous heart upon this Palamon. Nor in Belle Marie there is no fell lion that hunted is, or for his hunger would, or for his prey desireth so the blood as Palamon to slay his foe Arcite. The jealous strokes upon their helmets bite, out runneth blood on both their sides red. Sometime an end there is of every deed, for ere the sun unto the rest went, the strong King Emetrius gan hent this Palamon, as he fought with Arcite, and made his sword deep in his flesh to bite. And by the force of 20 is he take, unyielding, and is drawn unto the stake. And in the rescue of this Palamon, the strong King Lycurgus is borne down, and King Emetrius, for all his strength, is borne out of his saddle a sword's length. So hit him Palamon ere he were take, but all for naught, he was brought to the stake. His hardy heart might him helpe naught, he must abide when that he was caught, by force and eke by composition. Who sorroweth now but woeful Palamon, that must no more go again to fight? And when that Theseus had seen that sight, unto the folk that fought thus each one he cried, "Ho, no more, for it is done. I will be true judge and not party. Arcite of Thebes shall have Emily, that by his fortune hath her fairly won." Anon there is a noise of people gone, for joy of this, so loud and high withal, it seemed that the listes should fall. What can now fair Venus do above? What saith she now? What doth this queen of love, but weepeth so, for wanting of her will, till that her teares in the listes fill? She said, "I am ashamed doubteless." Saturnus said, "Daughter, hold thy peace. Mars hath his will, his knight hath all his boon, but by mine head thou shalt be eased soon. And the trumpeters with the loud minstrelsy, the heralds that full loude yell and cry, be in their joy for wail of Dan Arcite. But hearken me, and stent noise alight, for what a miracle there befell anon. This fierce Arcite hath off his helm ydone, and on a courser for to shew his face, he pricketh endelong the large place, looking upward upon this Emily. And she again him cast a friendly eye, for women as to speaken in commune, they follow all the favour of fortune. And was all his in cheer as his in heart. Out of the ground a fire infernal start, from Pluto sent, at request of Saturn, for which his horse for fear began to turn, and leap aside, and founder as he leap. And ere that Arcite may take any keep, he pight him on the pummel of his head, that in the place he lay as he were dead, his breast to bursten with his saddle bow. As black he lay as any coal or crow, so was the blood y-run into his face. Anon he was y-borne out of the place, with hearte sore, to Theseus' palace. Then was he carven out of his harness, and in a bed brought full fair and blithe, for he was yet in memory and alive, and always crying after Emily. Duke Theseus, with all his company, is come home to Athens his city, with all a bliss and a great solemnity. Albeit that this aventure was fall, he would not discomfort them all. Then said eke that Arcite should not die, he should be healed of his malady. And of another thing they were as fain, that of them all was there no one slain. All were they sorely hurt, and namely one that with a spear was thirled his breastbone, to other wounds, and to broken arms. Some hadden salves, some hadden charms, and pharmacies of herbs and eke salve. They dranken, for they would their lives have, for which this noble duke, as well he can, comforteth and honoureth every man, and made revel all the longe night unto the strange lordes, as was right. Nor there was holden no discomforting, but as at jousts or at a tourneying, for soothly there was no discomfiture, for falling is not but an adventure, nor to be led by force unto a stake unyielding, and with 20 knights it take one person all alone withouten mo, and harried forth by arms, foot, and toe, and eke his steed driven forth with staves, with footmen, both yeomen, and eke knaves. It was arretted him no villainy, there may no man clepen it cowardy. For which anon Duke Theseus let cry, to stenten alle rancour and envy, the gree as well on one side as the other, and either side alike as other's brother, and gave them gifts after their degree, and held a feast fully dayes 3, and conveyed the kinges worthily out of his town a journey largely, and home went every man the right way. There was no more but farewell, have good day. Of this battaile I will no more indite, but speak of Palamon and of Arcite. Swelleth the breast of Arcite, and the sore increaseth at his hearte more and more. The clotted blood for any leechcraft corrupteth, and is in his boke laft, that neither veine blood nor ventus sing, nor drink of herbis may be his helping. The virtue expulsive or animal, from thilke virtue called natural, nor may the venom void, nor expel. The pipes of his lungs began to swell, and every lacert in his breast adown is shent with venom and corruption. Him gaineth neither, for to get his life, vomit upward nor downward laxative. All is to burst in thilke region. Nature hath now no domination, and certainly where nature will not wirch, farewell physic, go bear the man to church. This all and some is, Arcite must die, for which he sendeth after Emily. And Palamon, that was his cousin dear, then said he thus, as ye shall after hear: Nought may the woeful spirit in mine heart declare one point of all my sorrows smart to you, my lady that I love the most, but I bequeath the service of my ghost to you aboven every creature, since that my life may no longer dure. Alas the woe, alas the pain is strong, that I for you have suffered, and so long. Alas the death, alas mine Emily, alas departing of our company. Alas, mine hearte's queen, alas my wife, mine hearte's lady, ender of my life. What is this world? What aske men to have? Now with his love, now in his colde grave, all one withouten any company. Farewell, my sweet, farewell, mine Emily, and softly take me in your armes tway, for love of God, and hearken what I say. I have here with my cousin Palamon had strife and rancour many a day agone, for love of you, and for my jealousy. And Jupiter, so is my soul agree, to speaken of a servant properly, with all the circumstances truly, that is to say, truth, honor, and knighthead, wisdom, humbless estate, and high kindred, freedom, and all that longeth to that art. So Jupiter have of my soul a part, as in this world right now I know not one so worthy to be loved as Palamon, that serveth you, and will do all his life. And if that you shall ever be a wife, forget not Palamon, the gentle man. And with that word his speech to fail began, for from his feet up to his breast was come the cold of death that had him overnumb. And yet, moreover, in his armes too the vital strength is lost, and all ago. Only the intellect, without more, that dwelled in his heart sick and sore, gan fail, when the heart felt death, dusked his eyen too, and failed his breath. But on his lady yet he cast his eye. His last word was, "Mercy, Emily." His spirit changed house, and wente there, as I came never, I cannot telle where. Therefore I stint, I am no divinister, of soules find I naught in this register. Name me list not the opinions to tell of them, though that they written where they dwell. Our sight is cold, there mars his soul agay. Now will I speak forth of Emily. Shrieked Emily, and howled Palamon, and Theseus his sister took anon, swooning, and bare her from the corpse away. What helpeth it to tarry forth the day, to telle how she wept both eve and morrow? For in such cases women have such sorrow, when that their husbands be from them ago, that for the more part they sorrow so, or else fall into such malady, that at the last certainly they die. Infinite be the sorrows and the tears of olde folk, and folk of tender years, in all the town, for death of this Theban. For him there weepeth both child and man. So great a weeping was there none certain, when Hector was y-brought, all fresh slain, to Troy. Alas, the pity that was there, scratching of cheeks and rending eke of hair. And haddest gold enough, and Emily. No manner man might gladden Theseus, saving his old father Aegeus, that knew this worlde's transmutation, as he had seen it changen up and down, joy after woe, and woe after gladness, and shewed him example and likeness. Right as there died never man, quoth he, that he ne lived in earth in some degree. Right so there lived never man, he said, in all this world, that sometime be not died. This world is but a thoroughfare full of woe, and we be pilgrims passing to and fro. Death is an end of every worldly sore. And over all this said he yet much more to this effect, full wisely to exhort the people, that they should them recomfort. Duke Theseus with all his busy cure casteth about where that the sepulture of good Arcite may best y-maked be, and eke the most honorable in his degree. And at the last he took conclusion that there as first Arcite and Palamon had for love the battle them between, that in that selve grove sweet and green, there as he had his amorous desires, his complaint, and for love his hearte fires, he would make a fire, in which the office of funeral he might all accomplish, and let anon command to hack and hew the oaks old, and lay them on a rue, in culpons well arrayed for to burn. His officers with swifte feet they run and ride anon at his commandement. And after this Duke Theseus hath sent after a bier, and it all over spread with cloth of gold, the richest that he had, and of the same suit he clad Arcite. Upon his handes was a gloves white, eke on his head a crown of laurel green, and in his hand a sword full bright and keen. He laid him bare the visage on the bier, therewith he wept, that pity was to hear. And for the people should see him all, when it was day he brought them to the hall, that roareth of the crying and the sound. Then came this woeful Theban, Palamon, with slaughtery beard and ruggy ashy hairs, in clothes black, it dropped all with tears, and passing over weeping Emily, the ruefulest of all the company. And inasmuch the service should be the more noble and rich in its degree, Duke Theseus set forth 3 steeds abring, that trapped were in steel all glittering, and covered with the arms of Dan Arcite. Upon these steeds, that were great and white, there sat a folk, of whom one bare his shield, another his spear in his handes held, the third bare with him his bow turkish, of brent gold was the case and harness, and ride forth apace with sorrowful cheer toward the grove, as ye shall after hear. The noblest of the Greekes that were there upon their shoulders carried the bier, with slack pace, and eyen red and wet, throughout the city by the master street, that spread was all with black, and wondrous high, right of the same is all the street awry. Upon the right hand went old Aegeus, and on the other side Duke Theseus, with vessels in their hand of gold full fine, all full of honey, milk, and blood, and wine. Eke Palamon with a great company, and after that came woeful Emily, with fire in hand, as was that time the guise, to do the office of funeral service. High labour and full great appareling was at the service, and the pyre making, that with its greene top the heaven wrought, and 20 fathom broad its armes straught. This is to say, the boughs were so broad, of straw first there was laid many a load. But how the pyre was maked up on height, and eke the names how the trees hight, as oak, fir, birch, asp, alder, holm, poplar, willow, elm, plane, ash, box, chestnut, lind, laurel, maple, thorn, beech, hazel, yew, whipple tree, how they were felled shall not be told for me, nor how the gods ran up and down, disinherited of their habitation, in which they woned had rest and peace, nymphs, fauns, and hamadryads, nor how the beastes and the birdies all fledden for fear when the wood gan fall, nor how the ground aghast was of the light, that was not wont to see the sun bright, nor how the fire was couched first with straw, and then with dry stickes cloven in three, and then with green wood and spicery, and then with cloth of gold, and with perrier, and garlands hanging with full many a flower, the myrrh, the incense with so sweet odor, nor how Arcite lay among all this, nor what riches about his body is, nor how that Emily, as was the guise, put in the fire of funeral service, nor how she swooned when she made the fire, nor what she spake, nor what was her desire, nor what jewels men in the fire then cast, when that the fire was great and burned fast, nor how some cast their shield and some their spear, and of their vestiments which that they wear, and cuppes full of wine and milk and blood into the fire that burnt as it were wood, nor how the Greeks with a huge rout 3 times ridden all the fire about, upon the left hand with a loud shouting, and thrice with their spears clattering, and thrice how the ladies gan to cry, nor how that led was homeward Emily, nor how Arcite is burnt to ashes cold, nor how the like wake was hold all thilke night, nor how the Greekes play, the wake plays ne keep I not to say, who wrestled best naked with oil anoint, nor who that bare him best in no disjoint. I will not tell eke how they all are gone home to Athenes when the play is done, but shortly to the point now will I wend, and maken of my longe tale an end. By process and by length of certain years, all stinted is the mourning and the tears of Greeks, by one general assent. Then seemed me there was a parliament at Athens upon certain points and case, among the which pointes yspoken was, to have with certain countries alliance, and have of Thebans full obeisance. For which this noble Theseus anon let send after the gentle Palamon, unwist of him that was the cause and why, but in his blacke clothes sorrowfully he came at his commandment on high. Then sente Theseus for Emily. When they were set, and hushed was all the place, and Theseus abided had a space, ere any word came from his wise breast, his eyen set he there as was his lest, and with a sad visage he sighed still, and after that right thus he said his will. The first mover of the cause above, when he first made the fair chain of love, great was the effect, and high was his intent. Well wist he why, and what thereof he meant. For with that faire chain of love he bond the fire, the air, the water, and the land, in certain bondes, that they may not flee. That same prince and mover eke, quoth he, hath stablished in this wretched world adown certain of days and duration, to all that are engendered in this place, over the which day they may not pace. All may they yet their days well abridge, there needeth no authority to allege. For it is proved by experience, but that me list declare my sentence, that may men by this order well discern, that thilke mover stable is and etern. Well may men know, but that it be a fool, that every part deriveth from its whole. For nature hath not ta'en its beginning of no party nor cantle of a thing, but of a thing that perfect is and stable, descending so till it be corruptible. And therefore of his wise purveyance he hath so well beset his ordinance, that species of things and progressions shallen endure by successions, and not etern, withouten any lie. This mayest thou understand and see at eye. Lo, the oak that hath so long a nourishing, from the time that it genneth first to spring, and hath so long a life, as ye may see, yet at the last y-wasted is the tree. Consider eke how that the harde stone under our feet, on which we tread and gon, yet wasteth, as it lieth by the way. The broade river sometime waxes stray, the great townes see we wane and wend. Then may ye see that all things have an end. Of man and woman see we well also, that needes in one of the termes two, that is to say, in youth or else in age, he must be dead, the king as shall a page. Some in his bed, some in the deepe sea, some in the large field, as ye may see. There helpeth naught, all go that ilke way. Then may I say that all a thing must die. What maketh this but Jupiter the king, the which is prince and cause of all a thing, converting all unto his proper will, from which it is derived, sooth to tell. And hereagainst no creature alive of no degree availeth for to strive. Then is it wisdom, as it thinketh me, to make a virtue of necessity, and take it well that we may not eschew, and namely what to us all is due. And whoso grudgeth aught, he doth folly, and rebel is to him that all may gie. And certainly a man hath most honor to dien in his excellence and flower, when he is sicker of his good name, then hath he done his friend nor him no shame. And gladder ought his friend be of his death, when with honor is yielded up his breath, than when his name appalled is for age, for all forgotten is his vassalage. Then is it best, as for a worthy fame, to dien when a man is best of name. The contrary of all this is willfulness. Why grudge we? Why have we heaviness, that good our sight of chivalry the flower departed is, with duty and honor, out of this foul prison of this life? Why grudge here his cousin and his wife of his welfare, that loved him so well? Can he them thank? Nay, God wot never deal, that both his soul and eke themselves offend, and yet they may their lustes not amend. What may I conclude of this long asserie? But after sorrow I rede us to be merry, and thank Jupiter for all his grace. And ere that we departe from this place, I rede that we make of sorrows two one perfect joy, lasting evermore. And look now where most sorrow is herein, there will I first amenden and begin. Sister, quoth he, this is my full assent, with all the vice here of my parliament, that gentle Palamon, your owen knight, that serveth you with will and heart and might, and ever hath, since first time ye him knew, that ye shall of your grace upon him rue, and take him for your husband and your lord. Lend me your hand, for this is our accord. Let's see now of your womanly pity. He is a kinge's brother's son, pardie, and though he were a poor bachelor, since he hath served you so many a year, and had for you so great adversity, it must be considered, believeth me, for gentle mercy oweth to passen right. Then said he thus to Palamon the knight, I trow there needeth little sermoning to make you assent to this thing. Come near, and take your lady by the hand. Betwixt them was made anon the band that hight matrimony or marriage by all the council of the baronage. And thus with all bliss and melody hath Palamon y-wedded Emily. And God, that all this wide world hath wrought, send him his love, that hath it dearly bought. For now is Palamon in all his will, living in bliss, in riches, and in hill. And Emily him loves so tenderly, and he her serveth all so gently, that never there was word them between of jealousy, nor of none other teen. Thus endeth Palamon and Emily, and God save all this fair company. End of the Knight's Tale.